People don't like to talk, only the text. Many times they give up on each other, go next. Fear being cast out, not that complex. We only need to realize the need and what is best for us and not build a barrier around ourselves. Same ideology for writing many tracks. Get one point that would say otherwise. It's only in a discipline and not a bigger price. So in affection, you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying comments I made when I left home, red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
All my energy is placed in my time in the energy. If you don't like the way I think, don't need to be in love with me. Try to fix my mind and the habits should be using me. All are in the way I say, cause I know that you embellish me. Tripping on my love, but I don't feel the same way. I'm sorry, baby, go ahead and kill me. You rip out all the segments of my soul, cause you need me. With that, I'm still here distracted by the same
you cry on my shoulder. This might be the biggest showdown in myself. Not trying to pull ya, but all these ideas in my head are getting me to falter. Oh, you sending me a big paragraph saying comments I made when I left home, red fair and square. Yeah, I guess I'm alright now. Drenching my mind in the alcohol and everything is blessed.
Hello. Hi, everyone. Hi. Okay. Hi. How's everyone doing? Are we having a good day? Everyone having a good Monday? Everyone having a good Monday? Here, I'll do the bells for you. I'll do the bells. Bells. Okay. So, I need a new staff. Look at that. That hole is gonna drive me crazy. It looks like the Eye of Sauron, but I need to like maybe I just hide it because I keep picking at it because of my ADHD. I'm just like, let's pick at the plastic. It's very cheap. I need to maybe go to Etsy and find a really nice stick. Anyway, uh, okay. So everyone ready? Let's take a look here. Let's see who we have here. Let's see who we got. Obviously, guys, I decided to start with the hat because, why not? Why not? Who cares? Okay. Let's see here. We got, hello, Doug. Hello, Doug. How are you? So glad to see you here, Doug. We are going to talk a little bit about James Tallarico today, Doug. I want to analyze him because I still don't know much about him. We'll do a live analysis of James Tallarico, see to learn not only how to look at a politician, but just to see about him specifically. Hello, Inga. Hello, Inga. So glad, Inga, I'm glad you're having a blast in this authoritarian regime. Thank you for reading the title of the stream. Me too. Such a blast, such a blast. I'm just every day is a new is a joy. Okay, every day is a joy. Oh, excuse me, that was disgusting. All right, and by the way, happy President's Day. For those, I know so many of you probably celebrate. I know many of you probably celebrate President's Day. You probably have a big shebang, choose your favorite white supremacist, excuse me, choose your favorite president, and you just, you celebrate. That's, I'm sure all of you do that. You probably have a big party, whatever. Um, what else we got here? We got President's Day. Oh my God, Luke is here. Hello, Luke. You're the best, Luke. Love you, Luke. Thank you for being here, Luke. As always, Luke. Sir Bartholomew, guys, I have not watched yet Night of the Seven Kingdoms yet. I have not watched Night of the Seven Kingdoms. I really want to though, and from what I'm hearing, it's good. So, but Sir Bartholomew says it's good. Uh, is um is it also Louise? Do you also say it's good? I see Louise say it too. Welcome, Louise. By the way, hello, Cody. Bonjour, Cody. All right, bonjour, Cody. Welcome to the stream as always, Cody. All right. Marzipan power, marzipan power. I love the little what is it called? I almost called it a snow bear. A polar bear. I love the polar bear. Let's not remember my lack of understanding about animals with the whole dolphin thing, right? We don't need to go back into that, but still marzipan power. So glad to see you here as always, marzipan power. Okay, Louise. Okay, yes, hello, Louise. Let's see here. Body swap, oh, body swap. You know I love when you're here. Body swap says, CR streams are my morning cup of optimism. Really, body swap? Dear God. Well, good luck with that. I hope I'm optimistic enough for you. I try. Okay, body swap. I try to be optimistic. Okay, I try to be. All right, I'll try to be optimistic. All right. All right, you're a smart guy. Sam did the staff and broke it. I did the staff. Hello, Matt Sci Guy. Hello. I don't know what you mean by did the staff and broke it. You mean I engaged in a sexual act with the staff? Is that what you mean? Regardless, hello, Matt Sci Guy. Hello. Hello, Fetty Spaghetti. Fetty Spaghetti, you're naughty. Naughty. Naughty Fetty Spaghetti. Boop. I give you a boop anyway. Oh, I get it now, Matt Saiga. I'm slow. Okay, great job, Matt Saiga, on that joke, right? Real clever. No one would have thought of that, Matt Saiga. Anyway, so Bartholomew, you're celebrating Family Day over in Canada. Well, that's reflective of two different cultures, isn't it? We get President's Day and you guys get Family Day. Personally, would prefer to celebrate Family Day. You know, just, more of a human thing rather than celebrating a bunch of people in power. Anyway, all right. Hello, Void Sonic Shuffle. So glad to see you here, Diego. I know I always call you Diego, but so glad to see you here, Void. LaCroix, so glad to see you here, LaCroix. LaCroix says, hi, CR. Hi, CR. You drone striking some hospitals to celebrate President's Day? Oh, CR. My tax dollars are. My tax dollars are. Love that, LaCroix. Thank you. Great joke. Great joke. There, LaCroix. I love this. I love this moment we're living in, don't we? Don't we all love it? Don't we all love it, guys? It's great. Okay. Oh, Fetty, that's true. Canadians are snow bears. All right. Uh oh, that's amazing. Congratulations, Diego slash Void. You're turning 18 in October. Fantastic. Very proud of you that you've made it this far, okay? Let's hope you survive many, many more years on this planet that's quickly dying. Anyway, I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Congratulations. Congratulations, Void. Hello, Mithril. So glad that Mithril is here as well. So glad that Mithril here as well. Okay. All right. So, it's chill. Lots of places like museums and stuff have deals for the day. Also, transit is cheaper. Fantastic. I love that. I love that, Sir Bart. Love that indeed. Very much love that. Okay. All right, guys. So we have some shit to talk about now. We have some shit to talk about. All right. And hello, Alyssa. Alyssa, nothing happened yesterday, right, guys? Hi, Alyssa. Nothing happened yesterday during the Cult of the Lamb stream, right, guys? Right, guys? Nothing happened. Your character disappeared, Alyssa. Not sure where your character went, Alyssa. We don't know, right, guys? Guys in the chat here. No one here knows what happened. No, Alyssa. No, Alyssa. Alyssa. No, don't say that, Alyssa. Don't say that. We don't know. You disappeared. Okay. You just disappeared. As a matter of fact. The evidence is suggesting that it was Matt Saigai that did it. The evidence is suggesting that it was Matt Saigai. There was a, Alyssa, except Matt Saigai did, get more loyal after it and came up to me and was like, hey, thank you for doing that. We needed to do that. And then he gained a bunch of loyalty. So we really ought to blame Matt Saigai. Now, technically, Alyssa, it was you that asked. you came up to me and were like, "Hey," because you were like too loyal almost. So you're like, "Hey, I want to be sacrificed for you, dear leader." And I, of course, obliged because I'm a kind of benevolent leader. And then Matt Saigai afterwards came up and was like, "Great job doing that. I will be more loyal to you since you sacrificed Alyssa." There's a lot. There's a lot of layers. You know, we don't need to. We don't need to rehash it. We don't need to rehash it. Regardless, you're in a better place now, Alyssa. Okay. So, okay. I don't know, Alyssa. I don't know. You were just too obedient. All right. Marzipan power. Shh, hush. All right. Okay. Guys, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. I know. I just started, but I'll give me like 5 seconds. Food. I'm sorry. I just got food. I know I needed to I know I just left immediately, but I got food, okay? I got the food I got here was chicken sog and I think it's basmati rice or jasmine rice, I'm not quite sure. So that's what I got. All right, I needed some food. So I'll be having lunch. I'll be having lunch, by the way, folks. While we're doing this, okay? I got it for free, by the way. I got it for free because the last time I ordered food, which was quite a while ago, there was a mistake, and so I complained because I'm like a Karen about it, and they gave me like a credit, so now I got free food. I'm very excited about it. I'm very excited. Okay. All right. Uh, hello, SoCal. Hello, SoCal. All right, you guys. Oh, okay. Who do you have to show your legs to? Oh, I didn't show my legs, pizza. Anyway, all right, you guys. So we got some things to talk about. We got some things to talk about. Let's get into it, and I'll eat when we start watching videos. So, okay, first of all, there are some things. So, Cal, you could leave this chat now. You can leave the goddamn stream now. Okay. Anyway, we have some things to talk about. Okay. No, not yet. Not yet, Louise. I haven't gone yet. All right. Nope, nothing to talk about. Everything is fine. Sir Bartholomew, you were like trying to gaslight everyone. That's like your job in this stream. All these chats is you're always just trying to gaslight everyone. Okay. Mithril, I did not steal pop. By the way, speaking of Papa Revolt, do you know right now my sister and my father are upstairs? And you know what they're doing? You know what they're doing? You know what they're doing upstairs right now? Right now, they are brewing beer. And I almost did a stream where I showed you the beer brewing, right? I almost did a stream where I showed you the beer brewing, but then I was like, it would take effort to go out there, and then I'd also still have to do the regular stream. So there is but with it right now, they are brewing beer up there. All right. Okay. Okay. No, Matt Saigai. No. I didn't steal from the workers. They're still getting paid. It was, and I gave a good tip. It's just that the business didn't got so the bourgeois owner. Anyway. Yes, I could do it though still, Luke. I still could show you the beer brewing process, but then I would have to be separate from this stream. Anyway, moving on. Okay, they do brew okay, oh, they're very common. I mean, I'm sorry, Paul Squall, they're very careful. My father has been brewing beer for years, a decade or more, if not actually 2 decades or more, not a single issue ever. All right, guys. So, all right. So let's do this, guys. All right. So some things to talk about. First of all, there was an article that came out yesterday. All right, and I know. First of all, by the way, guys, if you like, please, if we get like I don't know, I will put on the jester collar if we get 3 super chats. How about that? I don't know. I'm just throwing out a random number. That works to me. Love contributions. Would absolutely love it. By the way, also another piece of I guess what is it called? Secretarial work or whatever. I did post another video yesterday on YouTube about the sex video about sex in the Bible from PragerU. Please, if you want, I know many of you have seen it, but if you'd like to help me out, you can go to the video, share it, like it, comment. You know, you don't have to because many of you have seen it, right? Yay, Outer Signal! Yay, welcome, Outer Signal. So you can do that. It's not doing that well, probably because it's about sex. But anyway, I'm trying to post more videos on YouTube since I think the algorithm has turned against me because of all the shit I talk about. You all know what I mean, so that's good. But regardless. Feel free if you'd like to go do that. All right, anyway, moving on. So a report came out yesterday from NPR, National Public, oh, thank you, Outer Signal, a National Public Radio. And, you know, it's okay. Now we know that the title of this piece is a bit like, duh. It says concerns over autocracy in the U.S. continue to grow. Well, yeah, no shit, right? Regardless, I wanted to read part of it to you just to show you that the experts, a lot of experts are now agreeing. And okay, so obviously we already knew that. As the United States heads towards the midterm elections, there are growing concerns amongst some political scientists that the country has moved even further along the path to some form of autocracy. All right. Hello, please, Macon, tell us what happened at work. Tell us what happened. Tell us your working class struggles. Okay. Staffan Lindberg, the founding director of Sweden's V-Dem Institute, which monitors democracy across the globe, said the U.S. has already crossed a threshold to become an electoral autocracy. Stephen Levitsky, a professor of government at Harvard University and co-author of How Democracies Die, agrees. That's a great name for a book. Oh, God, How Democracies Die. All right, he says the following. I would argue that the United States in 2025 to 2026 has slid into a mild form of competitive authoritarianism. I don't think it's very mild, but I think it's reversible, but this is authoritarianism. Okay. Under competitive authoritarianism, countries still hold elections, but the ruling party uses various tactics, such as attacking the press, disenfranchising voters. Okay. Weaponizing the justice system. Isn't that great? And threatening critics. Oh, God. Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay, to tilt the electoral playing field in its favor. Oh, good. God, that's great. Levitsky cited what he considers two strikingly autocratic moments that occurred in September. Now, I think this is kind of dumb. Saying that this is the moment that caused it is really dumb and kind of lived up. But he says the two strikingly autocratic moments that occurred in September that sort of proved to him that we're in an competitive authoritarian government. First, the Trump administration threatened ABC's parent company, Disney, following Jimmy Kimmel's comments on the killing of Charlie Kirk. Okay, we were already there before that, all right? It's stupid. I don't know why that would be, okay, whatever. And then of course the use of troops in cities, obviously, right? It's a bit authoritarian. Okay, and I want to go on though, because it's NPR and they have to pretend to be equal or like pretend to give both sides. A small number of scholars reject the portrayal of Trump as a would-be autocrat. They say he is expanding executive power to address the excesses of his predecessor, former President Joe Biden. Isn't that great mainstream media framing? Isn't that great? False equivalence, where you like throw in like a couple scholars that disagree, and the reason they disagree is because they agree with Trump's policies. Okay, that doesn't mean that. All right. So Jonathan Turley, a professor at Washington University Law School, said Trump is pressuring news organizations and universities to address problems with liberal bias that actually exist. So apparently, if you agree with what the autocrat is doing, with what the authoritarian is doing, it is not authoritarianism. Okay, that doesn't sound very academic to me, but what do I know, right? What do I know? But of course, NPR has to include that. Okay. For example, and then other political scientists, it says here, say the U.S. system of government is battered but still democratic. Guys, it wasn't democratic before Trump. Okay. I am like so tired of. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. By the way, political science is full of liberals. And I don't mean that like necessarily in a bad way, but from my experience, most of political science is like, especially American political scientists are liberals. So these are all very lib takes. Now they do mention at the beginning that the majority are saying we're in an authoritarian, but the fact that they're focusing on how there are political scientists that disagree, okay, all right. I think we all know that most of us, I think, don't have PhDs in political science, but we can see it pretty clearly, can't we? All right. Anyway, so I just wanted to share that with you. And so, what is competitive authoritarianism? Oh my God! Thank you, Matt Saiga. I know, Matt Saiga. That might be the nicest thing you've ever said to me by calling me a communist. Okay, there you go, LaCroix. Fair and balanced. Okay, so let's talk about what. Okay. Let's talk about what competitive authoritarianism. Now, I will say, guys, I always try to tell you if I'm not an expert on a particular topic or, but so although I do know a lot about fascism, like fascism is sort of my cup of tea. I mean, not that I like fascism. You see what I mean? You'll absolutely, Doug. Economists are way too liberal. Yeah, you're right. Okay. They're also way too pro-capitalist. Anyway, but I am not as much of an expert on competitive authoritarianism. I've learned about it in passing, so I just wanted to let you know that I did read one book a while back. If you guys are interested to read more about what competitive authoritarianism is, it's called Competitive Authoritarianism: Hybrid Regimes After the Cold War. And basically, after the Cold War, in a bunch of communist, I guess, Soviet satellite states began. The Soviet empire fell. And a lot of times there was a lot of pressure from Western countries for those Eastern European states to become democratic. So they adopted democratic forms, but they weren't democratic. They basically had elections, but there was still like an authoritarian or dictator in charge. And the elections weren't really that relevant. So that's what competitive authoritarianism is. It is essentially where you still have a democratic form. There's still elections, and there is still some amount of competition, but the competition is massively sidelined, weakened, and disadvantaged. All right. Okay. And so, real fast here, when we talk about authoritarianism, though, and just for a future Kahoot here, right? There's often exactly, Luke, like Orban's Hungary, right? Or for example, Putin's Russia it has elections, but but there's basically no opposition. Okay. And so, okay. Now, okay. So what is authoritarianism? Because we keep using this word, and a lot of people confuse fascism with authoritarianism, right? Fascism is a right-wing ideology. It is an ideological system, and it is often authoritarian. But authoritarianism doesn't necessarily have an ideology. It's just a way a government works. So let me explain what I mean here, okay? So authoritarianism has basically these four traits, all right? A small group governs, a small group or person governs an authoritarian regime, all right? And they're usually not ideological, all right? They don't have to be ideological. They're oftentimes just there to hold power. They might do some left-wing things, they might do some right-wing things. They kind of do whatever is necessary. It's not Authoritarianism isn't necessarily ideological. Now, fascist authoritarianism is, because it has a set ideology in place, right? A right-wing ideology. So you can have right-wing authoritarianism, you can have left-wing authoritarianism, right? Okay. So it can be either one. So that's the first thing. A small group governs, or a person governs. Okay. Second thing, not everything is controlled. All right. Not everything is controlled under authoritarianism. Many matters are left up to individuals, provided they don't threaten the regime. All right. So like there's still a degree of like some freedoms, I guess you could say, in authoritarian regimes. But like you can still kind of go about your daily day. Like in a lot of authoritarian regimes, they're still capitalist. You can still create businesses and things like that. You can still, sometimes you can still vote, which we'll talk about. But like as long as you're not questioning the regime, you still have some degree of freedom. Does that make sense? But that doesn't mean it's like you're free. Okay. All right. Next thing here, individual freedoms are limited. Hierarchy, obedience, and order are important. Okay, so yeah, you have some freedom, but not much. It's pretty limited. And their authoritarian regimes are obsessed with hierarchy, obedience, and order. All right, whether it be a left wing version of that or a right wing version of that. Okay, and lastly, here, courts and the legislature might be democratic, but they're basically controlled by the regime. So you might have like a separate court system, but it's controlled by the regime. You might have a separate legislature, but it's controlled by the regime. And in some authoritarian regimes, you don't even see much of a democratic structure at all. Okay. Regardless, that is authoritarianism. Do we see how that's different from fascism? Fascism has a set ideology. That's a better way of phrasing it, Mithril. You are allowed to think you have freedom, correct? And to some extent, you still are able to do some things. You get to make decisions about some things, but they're irrelevant. They're not things that affect the regime. Like you can decide to go to the park for the day, or you can decide to take a vacation or whatever, as long as you're not messing with the regime. All right. So authoritarianism, you can see is, okay. Yeah, okay. And now fascism, right, actually has a set ideology involved in it, a desire to renew the nation, the scapegoating, all these other things that make an authoritarian regime a fascist authoritarian regime. Okay, so anyway, here we have now. So what is competitive authoritarianism? So it's authoritarianism, but it's a political system where democratic institutions exist in form. So there are elections, courts, and a free press, but they're manipulated so heavily by those in power that they no longer offer real competition to the regime. All right. It's not a full dictatorship, but it's not a real democracy. So it's kind of in this limbo between a dictatorship and a democracy. You get what I mean? Hello, Dolly Boy. And so a lot of political scientists, at least, are saying that we are in a competitive authoritarianism. Like we do have some free press apparatuses, right? The problem is that they're intimidated by the regime into basically not doing into what they talk about and shit like that. Uh, unless you're like a free independent news organization, which do still exist, but they're intimidated also. The algorithms work against them. So we are kind of in this state between a democratic form and a dictatorship. Now, what is the problem, by the way, with saying that we had a democratic form to begin with? Someone tell me, like, what? Well, first, let me phrase it this way. I would argue we didn't have a democratic form to begin with. So my slight disagreement, but I'm a bit more extreme when I talk about these things. I would say that we're between a dictatorship and an oligarchy, not a dictatorship and a democracy. So maybe we're in competitive authoritarianism, but we're stuck between oligarchy and dictatorship, right? Absolutely, Luke. We also see and there are some regimes in Europe right now that have a very there you go, Luke, that have a very similar idea here that like Orban in Hungary has created a competitive authoritarian regime, or also called an illiberal democracy. Erdogan over in Turkey has done it. Okay, but okay, so that's wanted to let you know what competitive authoritarianism is, and there is hope in this. Okay, now the reason there you go, yeah, the reason I say that is because yeah, Mithro, it's really hard to explain anarchism. I love anarchism. I love the theory behind it and shit, but people don't understand the word. Okay, so I will say this. There is a hopeful aspect to this. There is a hopeful aspect to this. Okay, kind of. If you're not in a fully dictatorial society yet, that there means there is an opening, that there is still opposition, that if it capitalizes on its opposition, it can remove the regime. Now, it'd be very difficult because, as you can see, the regime controls most things and manipulates things to make it really hard to get rid of it. But there is, you need, yes, exactly, Luke. But there is still an opposition, and if that opposition gains enough power, it can push back. Now, correct, Mithril. As I was just saying, that unfortunately, if yeah, there's an opposition in this country, but it's still an oligarchic opposition. So at this point, my thought is that there is still an opening to stop the authoritarian regime or the dictatorship from happening, but it is not. It would basically be stopping dictatorship in order to return to the oligarchy, which is why I'm always saying we need major reforms. Okay, it's not enough to go back to the oligarchy because the oligarchy is what caused the authoritarianism to begin with. And guys, we could talk more about this. This kind of goes against things I've said before. We're in a fascist regime, whether or not it's competitive authoritarianism or authoritarianism, it's fascist. That adds another layer of complication to this. Uh, but as I have said, though, there is still a chance to resist. It is much harder to resist under a dictatorship or under a totalitarian society where every little thing is controlled. But that window is very quickly closing. And we cannot go back to an oligarchy. So it's not as easy as just going back, as getting the opposition into power if the opposition is the Democratic Party. You see what I mean? Okay. We get it. Yeah, Meowzord. Oh my God, Meowzord, I kind of want to quote you. Meowzord says, authoritarianism is like the Lannisters. You will obey because I am powerful. Correct, Meowzord. Fascism is like the blacks from Harry Potter. You will obey because we are pure. Absolutely, Meowzord. That's a really good way of phrasing it. There's an ideological component to fascism that can't be ignored. All right. Yeah, you too, though, Mithra. Okay. Virtual Violence, you mentioned independent news sources earlier. Which of those would you recommend? So, you know what? Let me show you guys. Before I get into that, so that's what I wanted to talk to you all about briefly was this competitive authoritarianism. Here we have, I thought this was a cute image, for President's Day, just to show you like, hey, let's celebrate President's Day and let's be honest about what's really going on here. Anyway, so, okay, let's go on. So let's talk about, let me show you some independent news sources that I like a lot. Okay, one would be Democracy Now. If anyone, okay, Democracy Now. There you go, right, Fox Emblem. Democracy Now is, so this is a great site. It is independently funded. It is, it's good. It's good for information about the world, etc. It's very lefty. Okay, so that's a good site, or a good organization, Democracy Now. And by the way, guys, well, okay, here's another one too. There's Drop Site News. And there are, by the way, you can use mainstream news sources. They often do have good information in them. What you need to be careful about is what they're not talking about and the commentary they give, okay? All right, but here was another one. Drop Site News is really good. Here's a third one. What's the other one I was going to say? There's something called The Lever. Now, I don't know what they're funding. I need to look into their Lever, what is it called? Lever News. Here it is, The Lever. Yeah, so their reader supported and independent. Highly recommend The Lever for those that are interested. Okay, that's another really good news source that's independent. I can give you another one here. Another one would be The Intercept. Now, The Intercept occasionally, well, okay, they're good. They are also really good. Okay, The Intercept's really good. Yeah, totally, Elaney. Axios and Reuters are not bad, right? The AP is really good. Now, again, though, when you do like mainstream news sources, they have good information in them. You just need to be able to read between the lines and what they're not talking about. Okay, does that make sense? Yeah, Le Monde, The Guardian is pretty good. A lot of those have yeah, okay. There's good ones, right? Yeah, there you go, Elena. You have to do more of the work. All right. Now you should do that with every media source, but yeah, for mainstream news sources, you also have to do the work. Yes, check multiple sources. All right. Yeah, Ken Klippenstein's really good. But like for let me some examples like CNN, right? CNN has gotten worse and worse and worse. Um, but you can one good thing about CNN is it really reflects what liberals and what the Democratic elite is thinking about. So you get to when if you go to CNN, there is some good information in their stories, but it's mainly good to go there to see what the establishment Democrat elites are thinking about. Like just look at this front page. That okay, you see who's pictured right here? Who is pictured right here? Images are super important. Who is pictured right here? This is Gavin Newsom. This is a lot of space for a picture of Gavin Newsom, right? There is limited space on the front page of a news site, and you need to be careful about it. The fact that they decided to make a giant picture of Gavin Newsom, even the fact that that's a picture is sort of that they're taking up so much space with is indicative of what they want, right? So things like that. All right, you can kind of analyze what they're talking about, um, and as long as you kind of compare it with other things. Yeah, he did. All right, uh, and notice they're not. There's no mention at all at AOC when she went there. But anyway, at least right now. All right. Yeah, yeah, don't trust the BBC or the Guardian for UK news. Byline Times. Okay, Mithra, I'll take a look at that. I don't know much about that. Or like, and then if you want to do so, those are some good sites. The AP is really good. The AP is generally pretty unbiased. Like they just do straight up what happened. And that can be good and bad, but they're very careful with sources. They're very careful that what they say is accurate. So they're typically very accurate, but again, they're also mainstream, so be careful. Okay. Um, you know what? Maybe we'll do some streams sometime about media literacy. I used to teach it all the time to my students. Yeah, Al Jazeera is good for foreign policy. There is a problem with Al Jazeera now is that they're heavily funded by the Qatar. I think was it the Qatari government or the UAE government. So a lot of times they have a bias in that perspective. Um, the same thing with like yeah, but they do some good reporting there. Yeah, right, Elliot. Like, ugh, okay, not great. Um, what else is there? Trying to think if there any other anything I can think of right now. Yeah, RT guys, RT. I'll show you RT. I don't think God, I don't even want them on my computer. That's okay. Don't trust RT. Okay. They have some good articles. There are some good articles. Democracy and Marzipan Power, we actually already mentioned that. Yes, okay. Let's put it this way. They are RT is is Russian Times. It is funded by the Russian government. Okay. Yeah, and it has some good articles because sometimes it'll allow American dissidents to write articles. And so, yeah, those are good articles because you can read what an American dissident has to say, but you can read those elsewhere. There's just so much misinformation on RT. Okay. That is pro-Russian misinformation and shit like that. Just be careful. All right. No Tim Pool. I'm sorry, Lacroix. Okay, so I would not use RT for much of anything. Okay, let me see here. Al Jazeera. Another one that I would not use for news, guys, and I might get pushback for this is yep, it's Qatari. So Al Jazeera is a Qatari news media organization. Yeah, it's primarily funded. Al Jazeera is primarily funded by the government of Qatar. So that's why I'm saying just be careful about that. It would be critical. they will be critical of us. I think Der Spiegel is pretty good. They do a lot of heavy investigations. I don't know enough about Der Spiegel, Luke, to know, okay? You know what? That's a great point, Mithril. Zateo is very good, too. Zateo is very good, okay? Zateo is very good. But I will say Al Jazeera is really good at Gaza coverage. They have really good on-the-ground journalists there. So they are like for issues with Israel and stuff. So they are really good at that. But be careful about them. Another site that you should not trust that does occasionally have good coverage and paints itself as being left-wing, but is not trustworthy is the Gray Zone. All right? Please be careful about the Gray Zone. The Gray Zone is there exactly, Elaney, okay? Um, well, Elaney, though, I will say Qatar, they publish articles in there that are sometimes very pro-Qatari government and like ignore things like that. But yes, so be careful with the Gray Zone too. The Gray Zone has a lot of pro-Russian propaganda and other things that go into it. Some of the people on here are actually directly funded by the Russian government and things like that. Yeah, so just be careful now they have some good articles, but just be careful, all right? So I guess those are the two left-leaning sites that, okay. Elaney, yeah, who in America is reading about the Qatar government? You're right, Elaney, but that's the thing. A lot of, some of Al Jazeera stuff is, it's Al Jazeera English, so they know their audience, and the Qatari government will put things in there that heavily promote Qatari interests for the American audience. You know what I mean? But it does have a lot of really good reporting. It's not much worse. It's not like any worse than like CNN or MSNBC or anything, right? But like they just be careful. They have a lot of really good reporting, but sometimes when it comes to talking about Middle Eastern matters, they're very pro-Qatari allies and very anti-Qatari enemies, if that makes sense. Sometimes deservedly so, sometimes not. But I do like Al Jazeera, okay? All right. So, okay. I even go there sometimes, like I show it on stream. I'll show articles from there and stuff. So just be careful, okay? We cannot think in a black or white way when it comes to media stuff. I know a lot of us will like to be able to say like, oh, CNN is garbage, never read it. I disagree. Or you'll say like New York Times is garbage, it's propaganda, never read it. Not necessarily. You just got to be very careful. Okay, you got to pick through it. And you should also look at other sources and things like that. Okay. Yeah, Elaney. Don Lemon recently, at least, was pretty goated. Yeah, a good call there. Trump failed. Also, um, yeah, oh yeah, that's great, Sylvia. I don't know much about Middle East Eye, but I need to look into it. Something else, guys. Something else. All right, something else here is I mean, obviously there's Fox News is complete garbage. I'm not saying like, and you should don't like rely on CNN or MSNBC or things like that or New York Times. Look at other things too, but like Fox News is garbage, New York Post is garbage. I'm not even covering the right wing shit because it's just propaganda a lot of the time. Weirdly enough, the Drudge Report can sometimes have some good stuff in it, but other than that, that's about it. Okay. What was I gonna say here? Oh yes. So another thing too is that bias is less important than accuracy. What do I mean by that? It's okay to have a very biased source as long as it's true and accurate. Do you see what I mean? So like if a lot of times we have this idea in America, well, that's bias, that's bias, that's bias. Well, a bias doesn't matter if the article is true, right? Like if you were to do an article about how the rich control everything and that they bribe our politicians, it would be classified as having a left-wing bias. It's true though. You see what I mean? So, or like if Fox News were to, I don't know, I don't even want to use Fox News as an example. Okay, whatever. All right. If Fox News were to do an article about, I don't even want to use them as an example. They might talk about like one true thing once in a while. And if it's an accurate and true story, the bias doesn't matter as much. The issue is you should look at multiple sources and make sure that the full story is there, etc. Okay. Yeah, exactly, Sylvia. All right. So just some things to think about. All right. When it comes to news, I mean, TV news is much worse than written news. Okay. By the way, they did a study a few years ago There you go, virtual violence. They did a study a few years ago that found out exactly, LaCroix, where they find out that people who watch Fox News know less about what's happening in the world than people who watch no news at all. Now, I know most of you are young enough that you don't watch TV news, but isn't that funny? Okay, and people, by the way, that watch, there's some other, okay. Anyway, so it's better to watch nothing than to watch Fox News. All right. So there we go. Okay, I'll stop my little rant here, but there's some ideas. Okay, let's go on here, shall we? Some things I wanted to talk about. Hey, that's probably best, Cody. All right. Some things I wanted to talk about, show you, etc. So let's talk about someone real fast. Doug kind of inspired me to do this. I was planning to do this before, but does anyone know who this guy is? James Tallarico. James Tallarico. Okay. Going off of our discussion about, there you go, Mithril, about James Tallarico. Okay. Going off of our discussion of how to analyze news sources and things like that, let's talk a little bit about how to analyze politicians. All right. And this guy is a very popular upcoming progressive politician. I don't know much about him, but I keep hearing about him, and he's becoming popular in a lot of, I guess, what's the term? Progressive circles. So I thought we could kind of explore him together. That sounded sexual. We could kind of talk. Yeah, he's a Senate candidate in Texas, right? Now, is he a Senate candidate for the Texas Senate or for the U.S. Senate? Don't worry, Fox Emblem. Don't worry, Fox Emblem. I know I've ignored what you've been saying, Fox Emblem, but I know what you're talking about. Okay, I just haven't said it so I could say it on stream. So we'll talk about that. All right, the U.S. Senate. Okay, so let's watch. I just wanted to watch a clip of him where he is. I don't know what he's talking about here, but I hear he's really good at speaking. So let's watch. This is only a minute long. I don't even know if it's a good message, but I just want to see how he talks.
The worst
I need to actually listen. So let's see. Let's analyze. Okay, let's analyze. U.S. Senate. Oh, he's primary with Crockett. Okay, Jasmine Crockett. All right. Let's take a look here.
Politicians in America will be quoting Martin Luther King Jr. You can't quote "I Have a Dream" on MLK Day and then legislate against that dream every other day of the year.
Okay.
Dr. King described what he called the three evils: racism, poverty, and war. What would Dr. King say about 10 million children living in poverty in the wealthiest nation on earth? What would Dr. King say about a maternal mortality rate in Texas, which is 3 times higher for black women? What would Dr. King say about a new American imperialism seeking to colonize Greenland and Venezuela?
That's not bad.
And what would
The words. We're just looking at the words now. I want you to know. Remember that words are just words, right? But still, it's interesting to hear what he's saying.
Dr. King say?
There you go, Dolly Boy.
About masked men in unmarked vehicles kidnapping people off of our streets. Dr. King dreamed of a world without racism, without poverty, without war. It's the dream that got him killed. And it's the dream that we must make a reality.
Okay, well, that's cute. Sorry, I didn't mean to be. Maybe I need to find a better version of it. I do hear he's a good talker, but that was cute, I guess. I'm trying to see. There has to be something. I saw. Give me 1 second, guys. I know someone sent me a video here. All right, that was from Doug. That was a good one from Doug. James Tallarico. Okay, so I do hear. Here we go. Let's watch this one. Oh, I don't know if I can watch this one. All right, we'll do this one. I'll figure out a way to show it to you guys. Give me a second. So this is something that Doug sent me from about Jamestown. Just a speech. This is a brief little speech thing he gave. Okay, give me a second. Damn it. I can't. We'll download it, I guess. We'll just do an old-fashioned download. All right. Give me a second. Okay, so let's do this. I'm going to pull it up here. So apparently he's a Christian, right? He does a lot of Christian stuff. Going to have to move some shit around. Window capture. Move this over here. Put this there. There we go. Okay. Audio capture. All right, here we go. Let's listen to what he has to say here. This is 3 minutes. You preach
about love, but isn't that just too weak for the moment that we're in today?
My faith teaches me that love is the strongest force in the universe. Love is not passive. Love is not neutral. Love is not weak. Sometimes love requires that we stand between the bullies and the bullied. Mm-hmm. Love sometimes requires that we look evil in the eye and not blink. Love sometimes requires that we flip over the tables of injustice. That kind of love has always been a threat to the powers that be.
So,
in my experience,
guys,
when you extend an open hand...
1 second.
Instead of...
I got to tell you, I know a lot of us aren't a big fan of, like, the nod to Christianity. I have found that it is good when listening to people like this to understand the message that the language is sending. So he's using all this phraseology that connects with Christians, okay? But what he is saying is, we need to resist authority figures, and that it's a threat to authority figures when we resist them, okay? Which isn't that bad of a message. Again, I'm not saying I don't know enough about him yet. I'm just some comments here.
Of a closed fist, you'll be surprised by Luke. Who takes that hand. That's how I flipped a Trump district in Red County. That's how I passed major bills in a Republican-dominated body. And that is how we are going to flip this seat in Texas in November.
Yeah.
If you hate politics and you've never voted before, you have a place in this campaign. If you've voted for Democrats, but you're tired of DC Democrats always folding, you have a place in this campaign. And if you voted for Donald Trump, but you are fed up with the extremism and the corruption in our government, you have a place in this campaign. A new kind of politics is possible.
Yeah, but Eleni, I get it.
Born through all of us. And a movement that radiates that kind of love is unstoppable. I really appreciate that question because I think a lot of us sometimes doubt whether love is going to win, whether love can get us
I'm sorry,
through.
guys. I don't mean to be an asshole.
And I guess what I'm asking from all of you is faith, whether you're religious or not.
Eleni, oh my God, you guys are having some beautiful statements today. Eleni says, you can be pure or you can save the world. You can't do both. Okay, I'll wait till he finishes. I don't know what this means, though, using love. What does that mean? Is it just going to be a feels thing? Because we need some strength. And I know he implied that at the beginning. Okay, you know what? We'll watch more. Let me just finish this real fast.
Faith in that kind of love. Because it's the only thing that's going to get us out of this mess.
Okay. I agree, though. Love is important, but
Hello, Mr. Tallarico. I'm a little nervous. It's not a question.
Really, Leland?
Yeah. That's kind of going back to what you were saying with the gentleman's question about isn't love a little bit too soft right now?
Okay.
Your response. So I'm going to tell myself right now, never voted before. Never even bothered to register. Mainly, I joined and I enlisted in the military from a very young age. I didn't consider myself Republican or Democrat. I don't follow organized religion, but just hearing your voice, everything you talk about, all of just you yourself, your values. That's how I identify myself, and it's working. Your campaign is working because because
Gotcha,
of
Meowsword.
you, I've decided, you know what, my voice does matter. You're not hating, you're not talking hate, you're not spewing hate, you're speaking truth and in a compassionate way, and that just resonates
Okay.
completely with me.
All right.
So thank you so much.
Guys, we're just kind of interesting. So, okay, I need more than this. Obviously, we're gonna look at some more concrete stuff here in a second. That's beautiful, but like, okay, you know what? Okay, 1 second. Let's watch one more bit, and then let's look at his voting record. Because the most important thing, guys, is to look at his voting record and to look at who donates to his campaign, right? Which I've said before. Yeah, that is good, Sylvie. Right? We need to look at. We need to look at both who's supporting him financially and how he's voted. So first, let's quickly watch this one last clip that Meowsword just sent us about it. So I always like getting an idea of how they present themselves and what they publicly say, right? Okay.
Christian nationalists have taken Trump as their new Christ because he's everything the first one was not. Jesus was poor. Trump is rich. Jesus was meek. Trump is a bully. Jesus lost. And Trump is obsessed with winning. I honestly think that if Donald Trump and J.D. Vance met Jesus today, they would ridicule him as a single, childless hippie.
Yeah.
And in fact, Donald Trump Jr.
Yeah, agreed, virtual violence.
Explicitly rejected Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. He said, turning
Right,
the other
Trump
cheek has, quote, gotten us nothing. How did we get to the point where loving your enemy is weak?
Okay, I'm having some issues now. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm sorry. So did he just say? Okay, I'm sorry, guys. Did he? Okay, 1 second. I need to go back a little bit. I wasn't sure if I heard exactly what he said, and I know this is just his voice. We'll have to see how he
Explicitly rejected Jesus' Sermon on the Mount. He said, turning the other cheek has, quote, gotten us nothing.
Well, but guy, like, I do hope he isn't planning to turn the other cheek. Like, because now again, yeah, I know, but okay, if he's a pastor and stuff, I hope he's not planning to turn the other cheek in politics. I'm sorry, you can't at this point. All right. That's it. We get the idea of how he sounds and shit like that. Okay? We get the idea of how he sounds. Let's take a look at how he has voted. All right? So I pulled up, yeah, Meowsword. I pulled up his voting record. And it's always important, guys. The two most important things are, of course, to look at the voting record and the donors. Okay? Why is this not letting me? Ugh, you're gonna make me sign up for this shit. God damn it. I guess I'll have to find it. Okay, here we go. So let's go back to page 1. Okay, god damn it. I need to redo this, I guess. James Talico vote record. God damn it. God damn it. Okay, give me a second. Guy might have to fucking sign up. It was working before, but now it's having me sign up and shit. Okay, fine, I'll sign up. I literally don't give a shit. I just need to be able to see this. I really don't care. I really don't care. It's whatever. Use no. 80. Give me a second. All right. Go over to here. Here you can probably, are you all seeing this? I hope you're not all just watching me do this shit. No, you're not. Okay, good. I have to fix it over here. All right, do this now. All right. There we go. All right, there we go. Now let's see here. Tallarico. Votes. There we go. Okay, so let's take a look here at how he has voted. So, okay, we're just going to go through some of these real fast, folks. This will give us a good idea of, okay. Well, interesting. Now, automatically, I see a vote that I don't like that he made. Now, I'm going to get closer here so you guys can see what I'm talking here. The first vote here prohibits lawmakers from accepting campaign donations while absent from an ongoing legislative session. He voted no on that. Maybe I am misunderstanding what it was for. Okay, well, yeah. As in, I think I would have to look more into this, but that is where, like, a lot of times politicians won't be around for a vote if they're off raising money from donors somewhere. Okay, like, so as in, you might not show up to do your job because you're trying to raise money. You're trying to go somewhere to meet a donor to raise money, and he voted no on a law that would prohibit or stop lawmakers from doing that. But okay, let's go on. Let's see what else here. He said no to, okay, he's pro, okay, this is good. He's pro-choice. Pro-choice. He protects bathrooms. Okay, a bunch of, no. Establishes legal protections for victims. All right, trying to see here. These are all good. These are all good. These are all kind of milquetoast, good democratic things. Establish permanent technical institution. Okay. Huh, he didn't vote on that one. I'm trying to see. He did vote no on forcing local law enforcement to assist the federal government, which is nice. He's not letting parents prohibit the right to topics about diversity, equity, inclusion in schools. What else we got? So most of these are pretty good. Of course, most of these are he voted against limiting SNAP benefits. Okay, a lot of this is good, but like these are all pretty standard democratic things. This is strange. Increases sanctions against foreign entities from purchasing land in Texas, and he voted no on that. So he's okay with foreign entities purchasing land in Texas? That's confusing to me, but he graded. He voted to establish the Texas Strategic Bitcoin Reserve. He voted yes on that. Good. Voted no. Excuse me. Voted no. He didn't vote at all on whether to establish a criminal penalty for producing or distributing sexually explicit deepfake media. Right. He didn't vote on a repeal of a ban on short barrel firearms. He just didn't vote. He could have said no, but he didn't vote. Yeah, so that one is literally just there were that went 3-84 in favor of the Republicans, and he just didn't vote on it for some reason. Now look at this. All of these he didn't vote on, which meant he may have been, he looks like he wasn't there for a ton of these, which makes me think he was off fundraising, which might be why he voted no on the fundraising thing, all right? He didn't vote on, oh my God. Okay, he didn't vote on a, like, why isn't he voting on these things? He didn't vote on something that would regulate AI. Interesting. Okay, I don't know. That's weird. He didn't vote on a lot of this crap. Oh, good. Okay, well, he did vote no on the 10 Commandments thing. He did do a lot of things about, like, stopping religion in schools. Oh, great. Great. Oh, God. I'm going to open this one up to make sure it's what I think it is. This one is requires public schools to in the state to include lessons on communism and its ideologies and an inclusion of an understanding of communist regimes. All right. And it was completely sponsored by Republicans. And he voted yes, that all kids in the state need to be taught about the evils of communism and its ideologies. Okay, good. Yeah, come on, Meowzord. You know it. You know it, Meowzord. You know it, Meowzord. You know it's about the badness of it. I've read about this before. Okay. Oh, he prohibited the sale of THC, so marijuana. All right. Okay, guys. So honestly, though, it's not that bad. I got to tell you, though, a lot. I know I keep going after certain things, but he's like, it's not that bad. Okay. It's not terrible. He did do a lot of good votes in regards to keeping separation of church and state and things like that. Okay. Like, got to separate church and state, got to make sure women have the right to. He didn't vote to require all state prisons to install air conditioning units. All right. In Texas, for God's sake. Anyway, regardless, that isn't bad. He's not bad. Okay. It's not bad. There's some weird ones in there, but not horrible. Now, let's go on to funding. I found this article. Okay. The bill he co-sponsored, Lacroix. Okay, let's go back to the bill what bill did he co-sponsor? Maybe did I miss it? Sponsorships only. Appropriate supplemental funds for disaster relief and preparedness. He helped exempt certain cases in which the life of the mother is threatened from abortion bans. He established the Dementia Prevention and Research Institute. Expands the type of lands authorized for residential development, which, okay. Hey, I appreciate this one. Prohibits communication devices from being used on school premises. So that'd be nice. Okay, a lot of this is really good. Interesting. Interesting. So it's actually not that bad. Authorizes the decriminalization of cannabis possession. Okay. So he's not terrible, okay? All right, he's a little corpo. A lot of this stuff is a lot of this is like what's the term? Culture war stuff, which is important, but okay. So, let's go on now. I found this article, and this is what worries me about him, okay? From what I've heard about him previously, okay? Because we've looked at what his votes weren't terrible, okay? His votes weren't terrible. He also looked like he wanted to expand Medicaid, Medicare, and things like that. There was some weird votes there. He didn't show up for a lot of the votes, but okay. This is my problem. This is from Politico, right? Okay. Steals jobs. I don't want to pay workers. I am a capitalist. Generates images and videos. I don't want to pay a commission an artist. I am a capitalist. Forgive me. Why do leftists hate AI just outside of capitalism? No, so Eleni, AI though, like, to fund AI and stuff would be to would basically to be to benefit massive AI corporations who have a monopoly on the AI right now. So a lot of times pro AI legislation is because they've been bribed. Politicians have been bribed. So AI and like the Republican Congress either tried to or did pass a bill preventing any regulation of AI. So like they are going all in on the fact that the AI companies want to dominate everything, which is I'm not a fan of. Okay. Okay. Steals jobs. I don't want to pay. Yeah, there you go. Generates images and videos. I don't want to pay a commission. I'm an all right. And also I just don't like what's the term? I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm not sure what you're talking about here, Eleni, forgive me. And also, yeah, also the big problem here too is that AI data centers, that's a good point, Dolly Boy, suck electricity up and massively increase everyone's electric money. Okay. So anyway, so here we have, he is deeply linked to Miriam Adelson. Okay. I don't know what are his views on Gaza, guys, because he is saying here, Texas Democrat James Tallarico has built a national profile railing against GOP billionaires in politics, but he has quietly accepted funds from a PAC backed by one of the wealthiest donors in the Republican Party. Yeah, exactly, Sylvie. If anyone lives near an AI data center, it'll massively increase your electricity. Your electricity. Okay? Okay. So just to be clear here, one of his single biggest donors is Miriam Adelson. Now this was 2025, Alyssa. This is 8/21/2025. And Miriam Adelson is a casino mogul who was one of Trump's biggest donors. She actually literally bribed him. Okay. Yeah, you wouldn't have to be paying that under not capitalism. Correct, Eleni. I'm sorry. No, forgive me, Eleni. I'm not trying to be dense. I'm not quite sure. Would you maybe summarize it in one message? What I'm having trouble seeing the point you're making here, Eleni. Forgive me. I'm just being slow. Okay, forgive me. I'm sure it's very. If you do you mind like summarizing it for me? Okay. So okay. So it's just weird to me. He also, Adelson, she is a scumbag, okay? And he has received over $59,000 from the Texas Sands PAC, which is funded through the Adelsons. Okay. And he says that, all right. He did, however, introduce a bill that would cap state campaign contributions at 10,000. And his argument is basically that he doesn't want to unilaterally disarm against the Republicans. Now, I don't really care. I don't really buy it, but it's just interesting. Okay. Yes. Oh, I got you, Elaney. I agree with you. Okay, you know what, Elaney? I 100% agree with you now. Forgive me. My brain wasn't working. I see what you're saying, Elaney. Yeah, absolutely. It's the profit motive, Elaney. Absolutely. That's the problem there. Okay. So, all right. He's been vocal. He has been vocal apparently about the influence of wealthy donors in Texas politics. Um Okay, guys, however, guys, this is important, okay? And I'd never read this article, but this is important. It does say here, Tallarico's team, okay, 90% of his donors in the 2024 cycle were people who gave him $100 or less. That means that the vast majority of the donations to his campaign were from small dollar donors and not the wealthy and the powerful. That is good, all right? Because you would also have to calculate, like, would you do something the people want or what this donor wants if the people have given you more money? Now then, that does not mean, again, this is unclear. You guys can decide what you want on this. He appears better than a lot of Democrats, but I am not but I don't think he's like a savior. Let's put it that way. All right? So, and also, what does he say about Gaza? I'm curious what he says. Because her big deal is Gaza. Tallarico on Gaza. Interesting. Interesting. So he does say he received heavy criticism from U.S. Democratic Party's response. Oh, he has heavily criticized the U.S. Democratic Party's response to the conflict in Gaza, calling the situation a moral disaster and citing it as a reason for losing young voters. He advocates for preventing U.S. funds from being used to harm civilians. Well, that's weak. We need to stop giving them money at all. All right. Yeah, he seems better than the normal. He seems better than the normal Dem. Yeah, exactly, Fox Emblem, right, defensive weaponry. So that's disgusting. But okay, so I see why people like him. He seems better than a lot of Corpo Dems, but guys, just be cautious. He did get a bunch of money from Miriam Adelson, and I hope he's not completely weak about it. And by the way, guys, yeah, Elaney, it's like people don't like what Israel's doing. A lot of Republicans don't like it either. Something else here, like, okay, you guys know that I think we're beyond electoralism being the way to go here. Like I don't see him being someone who will necessarily be a badass if he gets into office. So we need to keep an eye on him. But okay, he doesn't seem that bad. But this is a general, still not good, right? You know, when I say not bad, I mean they're still not what I want at all. But they're not as bad as everyone else, okay? Regardless, that's how you should kind of go about. This is how I would teach my students to go about analyzing a candidate. Look at their past voting record. I mean, look at what they say, but then the main thing is their past voting record and who donates to them. Okay, you're right, Doug. You're right. That's fair, Leelaine. Like he does seem like a good chance for a Senate in Texas. Okay, so I'd have to see if he goes national or anything. Yeah, he may be good for Texas, guys. I'm just saying from like a lot of people are kind of presenting him as sort of like the savior for the whole Democratic Party. We'll see. Okay. But yeah, he seems better than a lot of Democrats. I appreciate that. Okay. Anyway, interesting, guys. Thank you for telling me about him, etc. Okay. Yeah. Don't. Yeah. There you go. Fox Emblem. Yeah, you are okay. And again, especially for Texas, that's a pretty good candidate, I think, for Texas. Okay, so I'm not I know I'm being extra harsh here, but you guys know how I am. I don't think he's that bad. All right. So they're not calling him the savior of the party, but I have heard a lot of people promoting him. Like, is he the next step in the Democratic Party and stuff? All right, but anyway, he's not terrible. Okay, we just need yeah. Okay, thank you guys for that. So that's James Tallarico. You also can see how I would rank him and things like that. All right. And of course, yeah, but Leland, I've never done like an official analysis of him. Yeah, there you go. Outer signal. Yeah, he's the savior. If you think the answer is Dems who are slightly more left of center, it's not the solution. Yeah, or I should say slightly closer to center. Outer signal. Yes. Okay. Yeah. But again, but for Texas, that's a good. It's a good option. All right. Okay, guys. So, all right. Let's some other things to talk about. Right. Let's talk about some other things. Yay! Where's my stick, guys? Where'd my stick of justice go? By the way, guys, while I'm looking for my stick of justice, oh, it's on my lap. While I'm looking for my stick of justice, if you like the content, become a member for as little. Yeah, exactly. He's not left of center. He's just kind of closer to center, I guess. If you like my content, you become a member for as little as 99 cents per month over on YouTube. I would love that. If you're over on Twitch, you can subscribe using Amazon Prime for free, oh, did I? Alyssa, I don't remember that. Whatever. Screw all of you, okay? Screw all of you. I thought it would be useful. I hate all of you. Alyssa, this is why you were sacrificed, okay? Okay. Okay. You know what, Lee Lane? Screw all of you. Screw all of you. I don't remember that, okay? I don't remember that. I don't remember that at all, okay? We never looked at his voting record, though. We never looked at his voting record. Okay. Okay. So guys, it's a scepter, Mr. Jepter. I know, Paul Squaw. How dare you? Okay, stop correcting me. I'm always right. Okay. So let's see what else we got here, okay? If you like the content, you can become a member. Also, if we get 3 super chats or 3 donations over on Twitch of 200 bits or more, I will put on the Jester collar. Okay. There you go, Meowsword. All right. I don't think he would be good for national politics, folks. I know because we need major reforms. I don't see him doing it. I don't see him doing it. Okay, but hey, I don't know much about him. We'll see where it goes. Okay, so some other things to talk about, folks. Some other things to talk about. Let's see here. Yeah, we do need a savage, Mauser. We need a savage. I don't know if he'd be savage enough for my liking. All right. Okay, some other stuff to talk about here. Let's, you know what? Let's look at this. So I have some stuff here on, X to show you about, guys. By the way, who wants a boop? Anyone want a boop? No. I'm going to hold off on the boops. Okay. By the way, guys, join our Discord if you haven't already. It's linked at the top of the chat. For anyone who's interested. Okay. So some things to look at here. First of all, speaking of AI. All right, speaking of AI, let me see what we got here. Oh, well, where did I see this? Here we have, I don't know if you guys have seen this clip before. Here we have this goddamn lunatic. Everyone heard this guy before? This is Palantir CEO Alex Karp, who is a goddamn bumbling lunatic, okay? Who is like scary as hell. Yeah, right, Dolly Boy? Right, Luke? Don't you guys love him? Real loony guy, like obviously has some deep mental health issues. Well, you don't know. He's unhinged. That's the way of freeing anybody. I don't know if you guys have seen this before, but this is what he said. Okay, so he said this may have been, I don't know when this was. Exactly, Sylvie, right? This is what he said. He basically said, what's your higher purpose? And he said, well, sometimes I think we need to have a lower purpose. And then let's hear what he said his lower purpose was. Okay, let's listen.
You need a higher purpose, and I also think you often need a lower purpose. Like the higher purpose for me.
What's a lower purpose?
Well, I love the idea of getting a drone and having light fentanyl-laced urine spraying on analysts who tried to screw us. So that's my lower purpose. And,
yeah. So funny. So funny.
And others. But the higher purpose for me was to get this nation to be the preeminent power in the world, because whatever faults we have, they're nothing like anyone else's.
So, okay. Now, I know, yeah, kind of weird. Now, I know, here's the thing, guys. Okay, here's the thing, right? I mean, he's joking, but is that really a joke? He was honest when he said, I wish we had a lower purpose. And then he's like, oh, my lower purpose would be to get rid of my political opponents and my media opponents. Now, he didn't directly say what he would do to them. He made a joke about spraying them with fentanyl-laced urine with drones. But it's kind of scary kind of scary. Like, because why would you just openly say that? Like, I want to use all my power and resources to go after my political opponents. And then the laughter, ha ha ha. Okay, yeah. Oh wow, so funny. Yay. Let's make jokes about that. That's real funny. Okay. Yay, guys. That sounds good. Oh my. Great, right? Okay. So those are the kind of people, by the way. Yeah, you know what, Sylvie? If the mission is to bring about the dark enlightenment, I want them all locked up now. I want more than that, Sylvie. I would like much more than that. We need these people to be afraid of us. We need these elites to be afraid of us, okay? And you know, I all for any tactics that might cause that fear. And you know, I don't want to Fed post here, but with how the elites are treating us and how they're behaving completely in a completely unaccountable way, you know, I'm all for some terror tactics in order to not like terrorism. I'm just saying to frighten them into compliance with what is good for the people of the United States. We need to control this MFR. They don't get to control it. And it needs to be clear to them that if they mess with our authority over our own government, that there's bad things are going to happen to them. Okay. Anyway, so I can't go into that on stream, but all right. So anyway, these monsters are still in power, and also we're still in a pedocracy, by the way. We're still in a pedocracy where a bunch of them are pedophiles who control everything. Maybe we should do something about that. Maybe we should humiliate them publicly or do something else horrible. Oh, I know, right? I don't think so, Sylvia. I don't think it's fair at all. Why are they allowed to joke about massacring us, but we get censored for criticizing them? Fair? Not at all, Sylvie. Not at all fair. Right? And I think they need to be reminded of that. Okay? That they have to play by the rules, and if they don't, then the people are going to strike are going to be coming for them anyway. So I am not trying to sound like I like guillotines or anything. I'm just saying, all right. Yeah, Meowzord, right? Exactly, Meowzord, right? Like we need to. That's my point, Meowzord. Is someone needs to start enforcing some rules, and whether that be us or someone else. And I think they've gone way past that. And by the way, obviously, in my perfect world, we wouldn't have billionaires at all. We wouldn't have multi-hundred millionaires even, okay? But I know that that's like a hard ask. But in the meantime, can we at least keep the elites afraid of us? Like, keep them deeply afraid of us? That'd be nice. That'd be nice. All right. Maybe even have, okay, whatever. That's true, Dolly Boy, okay? All right. Okay. So, moving on here. Isn't that great? Don't we love that? Don't we love that for us? Here we got some other shit to talk about. Oh, yes, here we go. So, do we all know who Congressman Randy Fine is? No, Trump. I never said that Trump failed. I never said that. I never said anything about Marie Antoinette. I would never say that. Trump failed. No, I didn't say that. Shame on you, Trump failed. I would never advocate for public humiliating things like that. Never. I'm just saying the elites need some accountability and they need to be afraid of us. Okay. Okay. So, all right. Now, here we got some. Yeah, the people are like water with salt being added. Correct, Sylvie. Correct. Okay. Yeah, LaCroix, I never said that, LaCroix. What do you mean? Yeah, they need to be Lily, you're not wrong. They need to be licking our boots. So, okay, here we have this guy. Anyone here know who Randy Fine is? Randy Fine. One of the most disgusting human beings in Congress. He basically is like he's like the congressional representative from Israel, basically. He's basically cares more about Israel than he does about the United States. And anyway, and he posted this. Yeah, the guy who wants to nuke Gaza. He posted this on X. It has gotten 11.6 million views. And he said the following. I don't know if I even want to say it aloud. I'll say it aloud. Okay. He said the following. If they force us to choose, the choice between dogs and Muslims is not a difficult one. And like, okay, given the statements he has made, um, about like uh Gaza and stuff. By the way, there used to be a comment, I think it was amongst the Nazis, where they would say if you have to choose between a dog and Jewish people, it's not a difficult choice. This is literally a Nazi statement. I am not joking. It is a Nazi statement where he has replaced Jews with Muslims. So that's also kind of weird, right? If you replace if you literally use a Nazi statement and then turn it into Muslims and you're Jewish and because he's Jewish. So isn't that great? And again, folks, like, these are the kind of disgusting people. Yep, Jonas. But guys, think about this. He's going to get away with saying this. He's not going to be censored. He's not going to be censured in Congress. He's not going to lose his job. He's not going to say anything, right? Nothing bad's going to happen to him for this. Imagine if he had used the word Jews instead, or he had said something negative about Israel, like they're committing a genocide, right? What would have happened to him then? Apparently, in this country, you can be as dehumanizing and monstrous towards Muslims as you want, and no problem. No problem. None. Okay? We have no problem with that in this country. Okay? Whatever you want to say, really. Okay, so Jesus. Okay, sorry guys, I'm noticing a bunch of no, Sylvie, hey, Sylvie, like if he had said that in front of me, ooh, that would not have ended well. For me or him, I would have anyway. Like that is such a gross, it's disgusting. Okay. Anyway, so those are like, again, folks, not trying to scare all of you or make you see how screwed up our country is, but you know, these people are out there and just saying these things openly, and nothing's happening to them because we have no accountability and we live in a barbaric country. All right, here we got this. Here we got Fox News. Here's another thing. Fox News is funny. Okay. And my unproven conspiracy theory is that these people do not use their Twitter, and it's just that's actually very possible, Meow, so I'm not joking. It's very possible. Okay. Here is a clip from Fox News. Now, Fox News is doing everything it can to not legitimately talk about the Epstein files. All right. And it's just weird, like how they do this, like song and dance, like they're clowns trying to distract from what's in the Epstein files. So here we have, what's his face? I don't even know. Jesse Waters, a scumbag that he is. Okay, let's see what he has to say. They're talking about Bondi. Hello, Dexter, welcome. Let's see what he has to say about this and how he distracts from it.
It looks like he's mostly just a fixer, a guy who advises.
He's talking about Epstein.
He helps people with their problems. Sometimes those problems are, you need a girl. And
or some penicillin.
First of all, that is unbelievably disgusting.
Or some, if you need it, he's got it.
He's a sex rabbi.
He should perform at the halftime show next year.
Yes.
It looks.
That's cute. You know, guys, don't you know Jeffrey Epstein was just like a guy you could get some help with if you needed a girl. You know, no problem. He's just a sex rabbi, which, by the way, is a weird anti-Semitic thing. Like, anyway. But, okay, isn't that hilarious? Yeah, no, Meowzord, dystopian theater. It's crazy, guys! You know what we need? We actually need the circus. We need the circus noises, don't we? Circus, or what's the soundboard, because, like, we're living in 1984, and it's dark. Okay. All right, here we go. Circus, clown. Actually, we'll do clown noises. Here we go. Everyone ready? We think we need this right now. We need this right now. Here we go. All right. There we go. This is our reality now. Honestly, this should be what you hear everywhere you go in the world, right? I should use bookmark bar. You know, Malzor, you're right. I'd use the bookmark bar. Okay, there you go. There we go. Okay, so isn't that great? The clown show continues. We have this dystopian theater going on over on Fox News. I know, right, Dolly Boy, right? Can we all come out of the cave now? That'd be lovely. You know, Plato's cave. Sylvie says how it works. They want us to be violent against them so they can point to that as the reason they are right. Something for them to use as propaganda to convince people it's okay to use. They're already, though, so that's the issue, though. They're already using force, right? They're already using force against us. Anyway, so, okay. All right. Boop-a-doop-doo. Okay, guys. So let's see here. But you're right, though. All right. Yes, I know, Meowser, but I don't want it to show right now. I'll show it later. Okay. So isn't that good? Don't we like that? That's fun, guys. More fun stuff for us to cogitate on if you want to use a GRE word. Okay. What else we got here? I have some other stuff to show you. Killer clowns from outer space. Yep. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yep, these guys do make Farage is not that bad compared to our politicians over here, Jonas. Like, seriously, but he's bad. But all right, here we go. We got this too. I thought this was funny. This is DW. DW, which is a German, Deutsche Welles, which is a German news site. Germany is very, 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 very pro-Israel. This, you can see why. Historically, why. They have been very careful about how they frame things in regards to Israel. They even have laws that allow them to track people who say anything anti-Palestinian. They have like a police state that goes after anyone who says things that's pro-Palestinian to an extent, okay? And just I thought this was interesting. I don't know if TJ's here. I thought TJ especially would find it interesting. So someone in an article in Germany in the Deutsche Welles newspaper, there's someone used the word genocide to describe what was happening. Okay, describe what was happening in Gaza. And DW posted this disclaimer at the bottom. Roy's use of the word genocide in reference to Israel's offensive in the Gaza Strip, conducted in response to deadly attacks on Israel led by Palestinian militant group Hamas, is highly controversial. Okay. I mean, and then this person, who I appreciate, posted this above it, which listed all the international organizations that say it's a genocide. Okay. So clearly very controversial. Yeah, they're still being slaughtered. Clearly very controversial to call it a genocide. If all these international organizations are calling it a genocide, and then DW is like, it's controversial. Is it? Is it? Even within Israel, there's a lot of people who say it's a genocide. A lot of experts who say it's a genocide. Okay. Anyway, so just a little note there. Another thing about media bias and how even, European media also does this. Yay. All right. What else? Okay. Let's have a slight little palate cleanser, shall we? Slight little palate cleanser. Here's our palate cleanser. We still have Mayor Mamdani. Yep, even Bet Selim says it's a genocide. Correct, G-Man, okay? Correct. Yeah, and guys, I am so sick of people thinking that, like, October 7th or whatever was, like, the starting date of all this shit. Like, as a historian, it drives me crazy. Like, we do, like, no one, like, even DW is like, this started with October 7th. Guess what? There was many years of history before that. This was not like it's all this stuff suddenly magically started on October 7th. Much longer history than that. Much longer history than that. Okay. All right. So, yep, there you go, Meowser. That's called flag planting, where some historians refer to it as a disappearing point in history. Suddenly, all the history disappears before or after a certain point in history. All right. Yeah, there you go, Dolly Boy. So, okay, that's good. I am like, guys, oh my God, I'm going to go crazy. You all know how this whole thing is a bit of a pet peeve of mine, the Israel-Palestine stuff, because it's just, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. Okay. There you go, Dex Stewart. Hey, Dex Stewart, exactly. Can't you tell, Dex Stewart, that if people actually knew about Israel before this, you'd like it? Okay. I know, body swap, they probably will too. Okay. It's because they don't have Jesus. Dear God, Meowser. All right. So here we go. This is Mayor Mamdani. All right. We need a little palate cleanser. So let's go to the Caliphate of New York City, the new Islamic Caliphate, the glorious Islamic Caliphate of New York City. You know I'm joking, right, guys? Where we have Zohran Mamdani as the mayor, and this is okay. Feeling guilty and trying to redeem yourself is one thing. Supporting the minority you subjugated and whatever they do for all eternity is brain dead. Supporting the minority you subjugated in whatever they do for exactly, G-Man. It is brain dead. And it's also kind of dehumanizing, G-Man, to assume that Jewish people can't do bad things. They're humans, right? Israelis can do bad. Anyway, all right. Yeah, sexy mayor of the Caliphate of New York City, inshallah. Exactly. Love Mayor Mamdani. So here's a cute, oh, you know I do, SoCal. I do call him Mayor Mick Wet Dreamy. Absolutely. You all know it. Yeah, yeah, right, Sylvie? The idea that, like, that Jewish folks are, can't do the wrong thing. Like, they're humans. Yeah, they can. Like, and that's not to say that, like, I should say Israelis, not Jewish people, but Jewish Israelis, okay? Okay. Well, I don't know, Jonas. I feel like, I don't know, Jonas. I don't know. I think, all right. Well, it doesn't matter, all right? Okay, so. All right, so anyway, let's see here. Let's watch this. This I just thought was cute. It's just cute. Mayor Mamdani stopped by. G-Man, you know it, right? You know it. Very attractive man, right? Very attractive man. Very much a Habibi. My Habibi. So anyway, this is Mayor Mamdani going to say he went to the marriage, where they issue marriage licenses for new couples in New York City, and he just randomly showed up there and was doing wedding ceremonies for people. Yeah, this is propaganda. I'm not, I get it. This is like political propaganda. Like, it's trying to, but it's still cute. I don't give a shit. I'm gonna make you guys watch it. It's such cute propaganda. All right, let's watch.
Okay, ready to go? Hello.
There you go. There you go, Paul Squall, the Ayatollah of my heart.
Hello.
So nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
And they didn't know that he'd be the one officiating their weddings.
Thank you very much for doing this.
Look at his smile, too.
There is no
It is,
greater
little
place
lady.
to
It's
get
cute
married
propaganda.
than New York City. Everybody comes here to get married, and that's part of the magic.
We are gathered here today.
Look at the smile. No. Now, there's not much there. I just thought you guys would find that cute, right? Isn't that great? So there are some good things happening. We have a cute mayor who is badass. Me too. I want Mamdani to officiate my wedding too, totally. Okay. We got, okay. Also, another positive thing here in regards to Israel. Yeah, you know what? Jonas, absolutely. And guys, don't get me wrong. Propaganda can be a good thing, right? I just, I can't help but always pointing out there's propaganda, right? Like, for example, there was a massive propaganda campaign against smoking during the 1990s that was deeply effective. And a lot of people stopped smoking because of it. That mixed with increased taxes on cigarettes. So, like, I'm just saying propaganda is a tool. It could be for good or bad things. Every politician does propaganda, even like if there were a communist or like a socialist politician, they would do propaganda also. I'm just saying. But I always point it out because I can't help it. But anyway, but still, it's cute. I like it. And he's doing good policy, so who cares? Here's another thing he did recently. So a Brooklyn drone manufacturer that supplies Israel was forced out of the city-owned Brooklyn Navy Yard 6 weeks after Zohran Mamdani took office. Okay. The Brooklyn Navy Yard Development Corporation, whose board is appointed by the mayor, declined to renew Easy Aerial's lease. Yay! Okay. So, okay. So basically, they're kicking out this Israeli company that manufactures drones for murdering Palestinians. That's good, right? That's good. Look at that face. Look at that face. Look at that face. Sorry. I'm getting too much into this. All right. Such a cute face there. Okay. Anyway, so there's some good things happening, right? Wouldn't it be nice if he could run for president? Wouldn't that be nice? Wouldn't that be nice if he could run? Okay. Here, let's watch one last palate cleanser thing, and then we got some other dark stuff to talk about, okay? And then we'll just watch some of that shit. So here we go. Here it is. Here it is. This is a grandpa. This is a grandpa who accidentally took, or actually, I'm sorry, he didn't accidentally. He took a gummy. He took a marijuana gummy, and he accidentally took more than he. No, so Cal, he has a cute face. I don't mean it like sexually, but like that smile. He looks like a baby. Like, oh, how dare you, so Cal? Okay. Anyway, this guy, he took a gummy, and he took way too much. Took way too much. He took way too much cannabis. Okay, too much THC, and he's at this art museum with his family, and he came across this big table that's like a piece of art, and it's like freaking him out. Okay. It's just kind of cute. I don't know how much he took, guys. All it says is that grandpa accidentally ate his kids' cannabis edibles and everyone realized too late. Now he can't handle the huge table in a museum, okay? I don't know if that's true, but it does say that Pops took a gummy and he can't handle the big table, all right? So here we go.
You doing okay, Dad?
And he's okay, by the way, you'll see. He's laughing. He's not crying, he's laughing, to be clear.
Oh my God, that's so funny. You doing okay, Dad?
Okay, so that's it. He just can't stop laughing at the big table, okay? I just thought that was cute, right? Yeah, no, he can't, Louise, because he wasn't born in the United States, because we have an outdated, right? He's so red. We have an outdated electoral system where you have to have been born in the United States to run for president. I think it's stupid. I think that should not be the case. Alas, it is. So, all right. So there we go. Isn't that cute? All right. All right. So let's go on here. Here's the other piece of dark news we got, all right? Yeah, he's higher than an astronaut, okay? So let's do this, guys. So yesterday, we're going to have some, I haven't eaten my food yet. Let me start doing that. How's everyone doing out there? Everyone good? You know what? Let me do this real fast. Before we move on to this dark story, this very sad, it's not really dark, it's just scary. Okay, let me put up my face. Well, I'm gonna get my food ready, guys. Wait 1 second. I'm gonna put my face up. We can chat a little bit while I'm preparing my food, my dish here. So that I still haven't eaten, and I'm getting very hungry. Okay, so how's everyone doing? Everyone good out there? Everyone doing out there? Everyone doing well out there? Everyone doing well? Okay, so we everyone good? Thank you. Oh, thank you. Okay, you know what? You get a boot body swap. Boop. All right. I need some food, so forgive me. I'm a fat ass, and I'm very hungry. Okay? Don't Papa Revolt teach you it's rude to eat in front of others. I don't care. You all like it. You all like it. I bet it's very mukbang, isn't it? I know all of you are a bunch of weirdos, and you like mukbang. So you probably like my mukbang streams where I'm eating shit, right? Oh, you guys don't remember, but when I first started streaming, people were asking me to do ASMR, and then I didn't because my community said no, bad. And I'm like, okay, I won't. Anyway, so all right, So, okay, we love mukbang. I know you do, Meowzord, because you're sick. You're sick, Meowzord. Actually, there's nothing wrong with mukbang. All right, so, okay. Nom, 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 nom. It is Indian takeout, Meowzord. It's Indian takeout. But it is free Indian takeout because I had a credit on my account. All right, eating leftovers of lo mein. Oh, that sounds delicious, Leland. I love that for you. That sounds great. All right, so guys, plus talking is just a kiki. Oh my God, you're right, Paul Squaw. All right, Paul Squaw. You're definitely like an established community member now, Paul Squaw. I hope you know that. I deeply appreciate that you're here. Yeah, no, I agree, Sylvie. I agree. All right, I agree. I agree with you, Sylvie. All right, so Yeah, I love Indian food, guys. Indian food is so spicy and delicious, so many different flavors and shit. This is chicken saag, which is like slow cooked chicken that's been has been cooked in spinach and some spices and shit. Oh my god, it's so good. Why, Alyssa? Why do you have to Why do you have to leave, Alyssa? Oh, okay. All right. Well, oh my god, I'm dying of Dolly Boy. Thank you, Dolly Boy, really. Can I just say, Dolly Boy, that like, well, I don't want to be too nice to you on stream, Dolly Boy. I'll wait. I'll be privately nice to you, okay? But just know, Dolly Boy, I was about to say something very, very nice. But I'll hold off on that because we need to maintain our public image, Dolly Boy. Okay? I need to maintain our public image that I hate you, Dolly Boy. That you're nothing but a dog to me. But I was going to say something very nice, Dolly Boy. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, really. Okay, of course, Dolly Boy. All right, so I'll put on the caller because actually we need like one more. I think we have two and one more. Okay, we'll wait for one more. Dolly Boy, yes, good boy. All right, so Marco Rubio, you know, little Marco. We all know little Marco out there. Marco Rubio is a cutie poo, isn't he? We all love Marco Rubio, right? We all love Marco Rubio. Great guy. No problems there at all, I'm sure. LaCroix, oh my God, LaCroix, thank you for giving Paul Squaw a gifted sub. Thank you so much. Now Paul Squaw doesn't have to see ads. If anyone else wants to have a sub, that sounded dirty. If you want to sub over on Twitch, you can you won't have to see ads anymore, okay? And you can do it for free if you have Amazon Prime. Okay? So, all right, let's talk. So, Marco Rubio, who's the Secretary of State for the United States of America, you know, the evil empire, or so on and so forth. God, I'm getting hot. Jesus. I want a Dom say. I'm shaking my head. I'm sorry, Cody. Okay, a Dom for you then. All right. LaCroix, you're an angel. I hope you know that. You're an angel sent from heaven, if you believe in that shit. But whatever. Okay. Let's do this. So Marco Rubio went and spoke at the Munich Security Conference. You know, we don't need to really talk about what that is. Who really cares? It's an international conference where, you know, a bunch of bigwigs from different countries come around and say, Jonas, oh my God. Okay, fine. Thank you, Jonas. Thank you for the donation. We'll put on the jester collar. A bunch of bigwigs from all over the place come together and start talking about things that are important to global security and international relations amongst all these big countries, et cetera, okay? And Marco Rubio went and had a lovely little speech where he really outlined the Trump administration's goal for the new world order, all right? And it was it is not, okay. He was very blunt and like shockingly so. It's kind of like, why would you want to say any of this in public? And it really makes you think that they actually believe it. Now, we all know that he believes what I'm about to tell you that he said, but like to say it publicly is kind of scary, and to just like openly be like, by the way, we think that we should reestablish the old colonial empires of old, and it should be based upon white European power and things like that. Yeah, so it's kind of gross. So let's look at what they said. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Oh my God, it's so good. Ew. And I just spit some out. That was my mistake. Anyway. Yeah, he did. He did, Louise. Okay. All right. So, let's talk about what he said. This is the official I don't know, website where they post what he said and shit, okay? From the State Department of State. And I think it's important for us to read some of the things he said because it was really unpleasant. So okay, now I'll go to the good parts, all right? Okay, so he's talking about all right. So he basically is talking about how Europe and America have tons of interests in line because they're the bastion of a single Western civilization. All right. Okay, here we go. In pursuit of a world without borders, we opened our doors to an unprecedented wave of mass migration that threatens the cohesion of our societies. Mayflower Kid, I'm eating while talking, that's why. That threatens the cohesion of our societies, the continuity of our culture. You know, I think it's funny to say how, like, that Europe and America have the same culture. For the Europeans out there, do you feel like you have American culture? As in, do you feel a cultural connection to us over here? I feel like that's more of an insult to Europeans to say that they have an American culture. Anyway, okay, that we all have the same culture, the continuity of our culture, and the future of our people. We made these mistakes together, and now together we owe it to our people to face those facts, to move forward, and to rebuild. So already we have him getting this idea of like Western civilization, Europe and America. You know, we're all the same. We're all the same, okay? Oh my God, Jonas. We are all the same. Isn't that good? All right. Here we go. Now, here would come the fascist language, right? Yep, it didn't. Fox Emblem, you're not wrong. Fox Emblem says this speech sounded like a rereading of Mein Kampf. It kind of does, Fox Emblem. You know it. Okay? Here we go. This is what he says. Under President Trump, the United States of America will once again take on the task of renewal and restoration. Okay, that's very fascist language. That's kind of, you know, remember, what's that phrase I always told you guys? Palingenic ultranationalism? Okay, that's make America great again. We need to restore and renew. All right. Task of renewal and restoration driven by a vision of the future as proud, as sovereign, and as vital in our civilization's past. Okay? And while we are prepared, if necessary, to do this alone, it is our preference and our hope to do it together with you, our friends here in Europe. All right. For the United States and Europe, we belong together. Oh, that's cute. That's cute. America was founded 250 years ago, but the roots began here on this continent long before. The man who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and traditions. By the way, who is he talking about? When he says the man who settled and built the nation of my birth arrived on our shores carrying the memories and traditions and the Christian faith of their ancestors as a sacred inheritance, an unbreakable link between the old world and the new. Who is that? Who is that? Who does he mean? Christopher Columbus! Love the shout out to the mass murdering, killing person. Correct. We are part of one civilization, Western civilization. We are bound to one another by the deepest bonds that nations could share, forged by centuries of history. Sorry. Christian faith, culture, heritage, language, ancestry, and the sacrifices our forefathers made together for the common civilization which we have fallen heir. Oh, God. Oh, God. Woo! I'm choking here. All right. Ah, there you go. Right? Hello, Jamil. I haven't seen you in a while, Jamil. So glad you're here. Okay. All right. What else? Here we go. And so this is why we Americans may sometimes come off as a little direct and urgent in our counsel. This is why President Trump demands seriousness and reciprocity from our friends here in Europe. The reason why, my friends, is because we care deeply. We care deeply, right? We care deeply, excuse me, about our future and yours. Don't you know, my fellow Europeans, that we care deeply about your future? All right. And if at times we disagree, our disagreements come from our profound sense of concern about a Europe with which we are connected, not just economically, but militarily. Okay? But militarily, I know I'm going to start dying here soon, Mayflower Kid. Don't worry. I know how to do the Heimlich maneuver on myself, okay? Thank you, Doug. I will take a drink. All right. All right. We want Europe strong. We believe that Europe must survive because the two great wars of the last century serve for us as history's constant reminder that ultimately our destiny is and will always be intertwined with yours, because we know that the fate of Europe will never be irrelevant to our own. Okay. Yeah, I'll do that. Okay. There's more here. All right. We're going to go on here. Here we go. So here comes some more of the white nationalist shit. Everyone ready for this? Yeah, it's meaningless. Okay. It was here in Europe where the ideas that planted the seeds of liberty and that changed the world were born. It was here in Europe where which gave the world rule of law, the universities, and the scientific revolution. It was this continent that produced the genius of Mozart and Beethoven, of Dante and Shakespeare, of Michelangelo and Da Vinci, of the Beatles and the Rolling Stones. And it is this place where the vaulted ceilings of the Sistine Chapel and the towering spires of the great cathedral in Cologne, they testify not just to the greatness of our past or to a faith in God that inspired these marvels. They foreshadow the wonders that await us in our future, but only if we are unapologetic in our heritage and proud of this common inheritance can we together begin the work of envisioning and shaping our economic and our political future. You guys, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Very Nazi-esque language here, okay? Like, it's not even hiding it. Not even hiding it. Yeah, outer signal. It gets worse, though, guys. It gets worse. It gets worse. Okay. Let's see here. Here we go. This is where it gets gross. I mean, it was already gross. Mass migration isn't some fringe concern of little consequence. It was and continues to be a crisis which is transforming and stabilizing societies all across the West. Together, we can reindustrialize our economies and rebuild our capacity to defend our people. But the work of this new alliance should not be focused on military cooperation, and reclaiming the industries of the past. It should also focus on, together, advancing our mutual interest. Okay, listen carefully to this part. Advancing our mutual interests and new frontiers, unshackling our ingenuity and our creativity and the dynamic spirit to build a new Western century. Commercial space travel and cutting-edge artificial intelligence, industrial automation, and flex manufacturing, creating a Western supply chain for critical minerals not vulnerable to extortion from other powers, and a unified effort, okay, listen to this part, a unified effort to compete for market shares in the economies of the global South. Together, we cannot only take back control of our own industries and supply chains, we can prosper in areas that will define the 21st century. What is he saying there, guys? We need to work together to do what to the global South? What does that mean? You see? Like, he's literally like, we need to make sure we just like recolonize and imperialize the global South and make sure we control their industries. Okay, like he's saying we need to, okay. Here we go. Some more here. And finally, we can no longer place the so-called global order above the vital interest of our people and our nations. We do not need to abandon the system of international cooperation we authored, and we don't need to dismantle the global institutions of the old order that together we build. But these must be reformed. These must be rebuilt, okay? For example, and he goes on to say here, the United Nations could not solve the war in Gaza. Instead, it was American leadership that freed captives from barbarians and brought about a fragile truce. Oh my God, I can't, oh yeah, it was America who ended this shit in Gaza, wasn't it, guys? That is still happening. Okay, good, okay, love that. It has not solved the war in Ukraine. It took American leadership and partnership with many of the countries here today just to bring the two sides to the table. All right? All right. Okay, here's another gross part. The path that they want exactly. This is okay. This part I love it. He basically says we need to go on a better path, and then this is what he says after it. This is the path that President Trump and the United States has embarked upon. It is a path we seek for you here in Europe to join us on. It is a path we walked together before and hope to walk together again. For 5 centuries before the Second World War, the West had been expanding. Its missionaries, its pilgrims, its soldiers, its explorers pouring out from its shores to cross the oceans, settle new continents, build vast empires extending out across the globe. Okay, but in 1945, for the first time since the age of Columbus, it is contracting. Europe was in ruins. Half of it lived behind an iron curtain, and the rest looked like it would soon follow. The great Western empires had entered into terminal decline, accelerated by godless communist revolutionaries and by anti-colonial uprisings. Can you imagine criticizing anti-colonial uprisings? I know we in here love anti-colonial uprisings, but he's like, we were threatened by anti-colonial uprisings. Oh my God. Okay. Uprisings that would transform the world and drape the red hammer and sickle across vast swaths of the map for years to come. Okay, against that backdrop then, as many came to believe that the West's age of dominance had come to an end, all right? And that our future was destined to be a faint and feeble echo of our past. Thank God for that. But together, our predecessors recognized that decline was a choice, and it was the choice they refused to make. This is what we did together once before, and this is what President Trump and the United States wants to do together with you now. So what is he saying? He's basically saying that they want to go back to the massive expansion of Western empires. They think we should expand rapidly, redo our conquests. I mean, that's literally what he's saying. I don't know how else to phrase it. He's like, we need to take over the resources of the global South. We need to, yeah, it's like pillage phase 2. Okay. And he goes on to see here, above all, it is an alliance based off the recognition that we, the West, have inherited together. What we have inherited together is something that is unique and distinctive and irreplaceable, because this, after all, is the very foundation of the transatlantic bond. Okay, so guys, he goes on here to do really bad history, talking about the history of European colonization. Okay, like it's all about, he talks about our greatest Midwestern heartland was built by German farmers and craftsmen who transformed empty plains okay, sorry, all right, empty plains into a global agricultural powerhouse, okay, and by the way, dramatically upgraded the quality of American beer. Ha ha, that's hilarious. Yes, when the Germans settled the American plains, surely no one was living there, right? And surely we can add a joke at the end of that about how we should, at least it was better for American beer. Hilarious to joke about genocide and ethnic cleansing. Okay, yeah, Cybersnake. Okay, all right. Okay. Jesus. All right. There's a bunch of more shit like that, guys. I am here today to leave clear that America is charting the path for a new America century of prosperity. And once again, we want to do it together with you. Okay? Or our cherished allies, our oldest friends. To massive applause, by the way, the audience applause to all of this. Okay? We are proud of what our civilization has achieved in the last century, but now we must confront and embrace the opportunity of a new one. Because yesterday is over, the future is inevitable, and our destiny together awaits. Thank you. All right. Oh, my God. Now, if you want to go watch what he said or read the whole thing, I recommend it. There's a lot of stuff in there where he, like, does a whole history and talks about, like, the European settlers and Columbus and the English. Exactly, Jonas. Exactly. It was like, I don't understand how he felt comfortable saying this in public. I mean, I do, but guys, the media response to this was muted as fuck. Not only was it muted, it framed it as Marco Rubio is trying to improve the relationship with Europe. Literally, the news sites I've read, they don't even mention the like outright let's redominate all this shit. And they like news sites are go, it looks like Marco Rubio took a softer term, is trying to improve the relationship with Europe. Like, okay, okay, it's horrifying what he's saying. He's like, we need to rebuild the American empire and the European empire. I mean, it's disgusting. It's like Mein Kampf level things. Okay? Yeah, Manifest Desert Storm Destiny. And they were applauding, guys. The audience there was applauding at a lot of this. Now, I don't know if that's because they didn't fully get what he was saying. I suspect it is. But okay, and I don't really know who was in the audience. All right. Yeah, Paul Squall, remember that one time we killed millions of people and stole their shit? Good times. Yeah. Like, guys, remember European colonization? Yep. You know, once you start bringing up natives, you know they are on the side of evil. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, don't F with the natives, right, Cybersnake? And like, guys, we do know that like the European and American, right, colonialism and imperialism was committed some of the worst crimes in human history, like Hitler-level death and destruction. And like, okay, like the British Empire, for example, not pleasant, murdered millions of people, resulted in the death of millions of people. You all know this, right? The Belgian Empire in the Congo, not great. The English Empire in the New World and the American Empire. Like mass death. Also in Africa, I just mentioned this, but all across Africa, the Berlin Conference. And oh my God, I cannot. All right, like the fact that you can say this publicly and then people are not like really sus. Okay, hello, Drizella. Welcome, Drizella. Jesus Christ. Okay. So, that's good, right? No problems here. And remember what I said before, folks. When an empire starts to die, okay, it can take, exactly, Louise. It's Trump, but like a coherent Trump. And it's disturbing because Marco Rubio might end up being president someday. Yeah, totally. So, oh my God, David, you're so right. David says, this has similarity to Putin's original justification for seizing Ukraine and appealing to Russian and Soviet history. Yeah. Like, this is like, that's like a Putin speech. But of course, you know, it's an American that did it, so it's not, right? It's perfectly fine. Okay. No, yeah, Luke, but I mean, he did say it. Whoever wrote it for him, right? I doubt he wrote it. It may have been Stephen Miller or something. It sounds like a Stephen Miller type thing. But when an empire falls, oftentimes it starts lashing out violently in an effort to regain its glory and its power. Like, this is exactly what this is. The American empire is falling, and we're trying to, instead of like, you know, gracefully declining, let's just lash out a bunch and try to reestablish our lost empire. All right. Yeah, no, right, Jonas? It doesn't make, okay. Yeah, and guys, let me show you something else. It gets scarier. It really does get scarier when you think about, we already saw Venezuela. We saw the talk of Greenland. And you see things like this. Speaking of the expanding American empire trying to regain control. Here we have a map right now of American forces, naval forces, okay? Naval forces. And I want to point out that something like, what is it? Oh, yes. Almost a third of the entire American Navy is situated near Iran right now. Like, okay, bye-bye, Macon. Almost a third of the American Navy is like situated right near Iran, within striking distance of Iran right now. And we have a massive Navy. For a third of it to be in one particular area is telling. And I suspect that obviously Trump is trying gunboat politics. He's trying to get something. He's trying to get Iran to do some kind of nuclear thing. But then if they don't, we know what happened in Venezuela. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So like, we have a regime in this country that has extraordinary military capability. Am I saying it's a competent military? No. Okay. I'm just saying we do have a lot of military equipment, and now has the neo-imperialist and colonial ideology to use it indiscriminately against other countries. Like, all right. Yeah, I thought Trump said he didn't want Iran war. I'm sure he did, Jonas. I'm sure he did, but he also said that about Venezuela and before going, Okay, so it's scary out there. It's scary out there. And with the Epstein file stuff too, the distractions, I'm sure the urge to distract from that is very hard. Okay. Yeah, LaCroix, I wonder what happened to that. One of the very good things Obama did was do that piece, that anti-nuclear deal with Iran, but then Trump dismantled it, okay? Oh, God, we're about to get some pro-ICE propaganda. Teacher died after getting hit by car fleeing from ICE. Okay. Is that breaking news right now, Meowsword? Because that, if there's video of it or something, that could be another big... one second, guys. I'm going to see... No, it wasn't, Jonas. You're right. Last hour or so. Okay, teacher killed. Great. Oh, great. I love that. Why? I know I'm biased because I'm a teacher, but why are we our poor teachers have to put up with so much shit? Okay. All right. Teacher, Savannah, Georgia. So you know what? I'll just use the computer here. Teacher, Savannah, Georgia. Oh, Savannah teacher killed in crash by man fleeing from ICE. Oh, so I see. Okay. Oh, that's... Oh, God. Hello, Dolly Boy. All right. It would be competent if we had an actual general running the DOD. That's true. I know. I was using my cell phone to look it up really fast, but then I'm like, wait a minute. Why don't I just use my computer? Okay. So, man charged with felony vehicular homicide. According to a preliminary investigation by CCPD traffic unit, Oscar Lopez crashed into the victim's vehicle while fleeing from Federal Department of Homeland Security officials. Okay, so there was someone running away from ICE that then accidentally killed a teacher. I know, Dolly Boy. Hello. No, I don't know, Dolly Boy. It's like saying hello to you. Screw you. Okay, they're gonna milk it. All right, good. That's good. Oh my God. All right, so that's fun. That's some more fun news for us to learn about. Another piece of news here I wanted to talk to you about. Yeah, they will definitely milk it. Drusilla says, CR, I'm sorry to ask you this in the middle of something else. A Norwegian general said Russia might attack us to protect their nuclear right over the border, but he didn't say why. Drusilla, so, okay. I think that might be an exaggeration, Drusilla. Yeah, there are right across the border from, for example, Finland and Norway. There is a military base in Russia that has tons of nuclear-capable bombers. And now that Finland has joined NATO, it gives it puts those forces a lot closer to that base. And so there was some fear that Russia might want to attack the Nordic country or the Scandinavian countries and Finland and such in order to protect that bomber base. But there's definitely no evidence that they're planning to do that right away. And it'd also be very dangerous. I don't think they would do it immediately because of NATO.
But that's interesting, Druzilla. I'd have to look more into it. Does that make sense, Druzilla? There is that. I forget the name of the base, the Russian base there. Russian base near. Yeah, Murmansk. I think the Murmansk base. Here it is. So right here, there is a base. Yeah, just to show you guys, we'll just show you what she's talking about. There is a base right here, and it's right near the Finnish border. Well, I'm sorry. There's a naval base right up here that has nuclear-capable submarines and stuff. And then there's another one right here that has nuclear-capable bombers. And now that Finland is part of NATO, that gives, strategically, it's a threat to Russia because their troops could literally go up there, cut off that naval base, and attack the nuclear-capable base. So that's probably what he's talking about. So yeah, that'd be what I'd say he's talking about. Now, you know what's funny about this map? What the fuck? Do we see what they have labeled as Sweden? Look at this shit. They have Norway labeled as Sweden. I'm very confused. Maybe they meant to put that over here. Okay, whatever. So, and you know, Norway's border is right up here. And yeah, Russia has said they're worried about the closeness to these bases here. Okay. Yeah, that's weird. All right. Anyway, I don't know. Lansing Institute. Sweden is also in UK. Oh my God, you're right. Why is the UK labeled Sweden? I don't know what the hell this is, but this is true. These are where the bases are. But okay, yeah, this is not the best. It doesn't look like the best map here. Okay, whatever. Yeah, may have been an AI image. Who knows? But okay, so there you go. Oh, there it is. So there's this base too up here. Okay. And they are building up forces along the border in order to protect those bases. All right. Anyway. Okay. So that's good. The great sea. Okay. Anyway, so that's fun. So let's see what else we got here. Here's another piece of news that I thought would all bring you an exceptional amount of joy. Absolute mind-numbingly good joy here. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security is now requesting that Google, Reddit, Instagram, and Facebook, all right, provide names, phone numbers, and other identifying information of users who criticize ICE. So, okay, the Department of Homeland Security is requesting that Google, Reddit, Instagram, and Facebook provide names, phone numbers, and other identifying information of users who, criticize ICE. You're right, Luke, they have been, okay? And I will say, I know I just said that Russia isn't likely to attack Norway, but I would have probably said the same thing about Ukraine. So, but one difference being that it's less dangerous to attack Ukraine because of, than it is to other countries because of NATO. But anyway, is that true, Outer Signal? That's possible. Okay, that's very possible. I read they already provided the info to the DHS. Oh, good, good. So, guys, just be careful out there, right? Just be careful. They probably already have all your shit. Yeah, probably so, Cal. But, you know, the Constitution doesn't matter anymore. So, really, what's against the Constitution? Nothing. It's just a rag that we wipe our asses on. Okay, yay. Okay. All right. So, what else we got going on here? What else we got going on here? Something else. So that's good fun, right? More authoritarianism. More authoritarianism. I wanted to... oh, yes. And meanwhile... Oh, yeah. Here's another piece of propaganda from the U.S. State Department. Or wait a minute. Department of State. Yes. I just wanted to show you guys. You know how much I love showing you the State Department's propaganda. All it says here... doing a lot of damage where they can. Yeah, exactly, Druzilla. That's... Okay, well, first let me show you this, and then I'll talk a little bit about something I'm worried about Russia doing. Okay, so here it is. Here we go. We got Donald Trump. It says, proud of our common inheritance, unapologetic in our heritage. What do we think he means by unapologetic in our heritage? I think we all know what he's specifically referring to there. This is a very white nationalist way of framing things. I mean, it's not shocking, really. Yeah, our common inheritance and unapologetic in our heritage. Okay. There you go, Meowsword. So we all know, there you go, maybe SoCal, right? It might be, I think it's just whiteness, to be honest with you, or like European heritage, white nationalist bullshit. Because why does he say proud of our inheritance, but also unapologetic in our heritage? Heritage is a very loaded word amongst the far right. It typically means white people or European heritage. Okay. All right. So obviously we got more of that shit coming out. This is definitely, there's definitely a, I guess you could say, what is it called? A dog whistle there for the far right. All right. Now, this I thought was funny. This was posted by the White House for, this was posted by the White House for Valentine's Day. And yeah, it's the dog foghorn. There you go. There you go. So this was put, now I just think this is funny. Oh my God, as a gay man especially, I think this is hilarious. This is what the White House posted for Valentine's Day. Yeah, Meowsword. Oh my God. It just says MAGA, love, daddy's home. They are really, first of all, there's a lot of weird patriarchal things that go along with this. And I think they're referring to Trump, but it kind of reveals a deep desire to engage in sex acts with a man, in my opinion. I'm just saying, Kyle Kalinske actually made a funny comment about it. He said, MAGA is full of repressed gays from conservative Christian families who feel immense shame but dream about gargling on dick and balls and drowning in, well, you know. Anyway, but like, yeah, I was just like, oh, that's kind of weird. That's kind of weird. Anyway, right? Like their love of authoritarianism. Yeah, it might be, Jonas. It might actually be a reference to the parties with underage girls. You know what? That's a fair point. We could also take it in that direction. But like, I don't know. It's just weird to me. It's really weird to me. Daddy's home, I guess. I really don't know what they're referring to, except, and it says send to your Valentine. It says send to your Valentine, which could also, anyway, who knows? Just a weird shit. Okay. All right. I just don't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know. What are we doing anymore? Man, Tucker Carlson's spanking message. Yeah, they want to be domed by a father figure so badly. That is so true. I think a lot of them probably had very repressive or very authoritarian father figures. Maybe. I don't know. Probably HDMS. Probably. Almost certainly. Okay, almost certainly. Okay. All right. So, guys, yeah, Jesus. So that's good. What I would like to do now is, there was a video, speaking of men, right? Speaking of men, well, we could watch this about the Epstein autopsy, or we could watch this. Someone sent this to me in the Discord. Okay. So, let's talk about this real fast. Apparently, well, I don't want to do that really fast. Let's go over here. So, okay. This is a video that someone did. So I don't know. Has anyone ever watched this person before? Their name is The Critical Drinker. The Critical Drinker. I think they're like, they do movie reviews and shit. Anyone ever watched The Critical Drinker before? There you go, Drizzle. It's not gay if you keep your socks on. All right. So this is The Critical. Exactly, LaCroix. He is terrible. He is awful. The Critical Drinker is apparently awful. Okay, and he posted a video, and I wanted to watch it with all of you and kind of laugh at it, or at least talk about it because I know he's awful. All right, and he did something. He said, "Why modern movie sucks? They hate men." So I would really like to watch why he thinks modern movies hate men, and we can laugh at it together and kind of critique it. How about that? How about that? we're not going to take, I'm going to kind of speed it up a bit. It's 14 minutes. I'll speed it up a bit. But let's see what the red pill or the right wing men's rights crowd is saying about movies. Really? Okay, this will be fun. Make sure you downvote the video. Philly Cheese, I will. I'll downvote it. And please don't go to his channel because I don't want to support him, but I thought it'd be fun. I heard it was a terrible video, and I've never seen the guy before, but I'm trying to expose myself more to the grifters out there. I'm not trying to do advertising for him. I hope you all know. I don't have a big enough community for it to really count as advertising. Anyway, but I thought we could watch it real fast. Let's see what bullshit he comes up with, and we can talk about masculinity and shit. Everyone ready for this shit? Everyone ready for this shit? Let's get into it. It'll be fun, right? We're all gonna have fun, guys. Yay! Okay, let's do it.
Or because you think...
Oh my god, his voice is...
Don't you just hate them all? Well, if you happen to be a creative working in Hollywood today, then the answer is probably yes.
What?
Either because you genuinely believe it, or because you think it's what you're expected to say these days just to get hired. But whatever the reason, there's been a bit of a change in the past few years in how men are portrayed on screen. And here's a hint, it hasn't been a good one. Hard as it may be to believe now, there was a time when we were practically...
What? I'm sorry, what is he talking about? There's still tons of shit that comes out with men that are not portrayed negatively. Like almost all the superhero movies, for example. Like, okay.
Spoiled for choice when it came to cool, awesome, aspirational male heroes on the big and the small screen. Whether they were scrappy underdogs who had to rise to the challenge, or brave...
I know, Meowser, good God.
Adventurers risking life and limb for fortune and glory, or hard-bitten cops taking on the criminal underbelly of society. They were a whole generation of men who kicked ass, triumphed against the odds and saved the day, and usually looked pretty cool doing it.
Of course,
that time, however, has...
But wait a minute. He showed Samwise Gamgee, who I would argue is a very healthy form of masculinity. Frodo and Samwise Gamgee, both very healthy forms of masculinity there. Both are small people. It's not like they're big and strong, and they care about doing what's right and like helping each other, helping their friends out and shit. I hope he likes Samwise Gamgee. I would actually argue that they're some of the healthiest forms of masculinity in media. Anyway, but okay.
Past, and the once mighty list of male cinematic heroes has dwindled to just a handful of aging characters living on borrowed time before they're ultimately recast, rebooted.
Really, Jonas? Okay, this must be the tip of the iceberg. I'll look more into his stuff.
Or remade for modern audiences. The traditional heroic male lead that was pretty much the bedrock foundation of cinema for almost 100 years is apparently no longer a viable commodity in entertainment today. They're too dated, too toxic, too dangerous to put into the limelight, and so they've been replaced with more acceptable alternatives. Don't believe me?
Gotcha,
Fuck it, go turn on your TV and watch basically any commercial break that comes up in the next hour or so. Tell me, how many dumb, hapless, incompetent husbands, fathers, and boyfriends do you see constantly screwing up even the most...
Now, I will say, guys, oh God, I hate that I agree with him on like one tiny point. Just one tiny point here. There are a lot of ads. There was for a while where there were a lot of ads that showed like husbands as deeply incompetent and stuff. And it was understandable because they were trying, a lot of the products they were selling were supposed to be, or were advertised towards women. So it was kind of a weirdly sexist thing that was also kind of against men, where like they're always showing husbands as deeply incompetent and shit. But like, okay, that's just a side note there. It's sort of irrelevant though overall. It is true though, but
simple household tasks and needing someone more diverse to bail them out. Go ahead, I'll wait. Now, this is a trend that I've noticed creeping into films and TV for quite some time now, and I think the problem comes in a number of different flavours, or tropes if you will. So let's take some time to look at each one in turn. And this is going to be a pretty big topic, so I'll probably have to
Hagrid, okay.
Make this video a two-parter to give each one the attention.
Really? He made a movie? Ew.
Deserves. And believe me, they're gonna get plenty of my attention. Anyway, strap in, dear viewer, as I take you through the tropes of modern male characters.
Okay.
Trope number 1, the death of the stoic man. Pick out any random selection of main...
Stoicism is basically the idea that men shouldn't express emotion. Like, you should be just this, you know, us men, we have to be these stoic, non-feeling robots who are basically act almost sociopathically without emotion and shit like that. It's like okay. It is very bad for men. The idea of stoicism is very bad for men. Okay, now stoicism as a philosophy, it's okay, but when guys like this talk about stoicism, they are trying to oppress men. And what, by the way, the government, yeah, they should feel, that man should feel emotion but not express it. Yeah, the government loves that shit, right? The government, the people in power would love men to like not have to deal with emotion and just do what they're told by the regime, right? It's very beneficial for people in power to promote that line. Okay. Let's see here. That's his Trixie art. Him and Jordan Peterson radicalize people with their slippery slope arguments, starting almost with reasonable points before diving in the deep end. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, that's very interesting. That's a good point, Outer Signal. Yeah, Malzord, these men fear that the absence of toxic masculinity means pure woke. Oh my God, it's so stupid, Malzord. Okay. So Dolly Boy says, just suppress your emotions, guys. It's so much better and healthy. Right, Dolly Boy? They bastardize stoicism. I don't like stoicism that much. Yeah, exactly. No, absolutely, LaCroix. They've like stolen the word. It's not the best philosophy, but it's not the same thing as the philosophy. Good, Destroy-Geo. Good. Welcome, Destroy-Geo. No offense, but certain groups have to deal with being continuously portrayed as dangerous and criminals. If this is what concerns you, then you're privileged. Oh, I know, Jonas, right? We're not talking, of course, not talking about Muslims, not talking about, yeah, okay, yeah.
Mainstream movies that are more than 10 or 15 years old and give them a watch. Now pay particular attention to the men in those movies. Watch how they act, how they communicate with each other, the pace and tone and
Right,
tempo
Malzord.
of their conversations. Watch how they carry themselves. Think about the subtle shifts of power and dominance as their scenes progress.
Ew, oh my God. Guys, like, these guys, I swear, like, I've not, I like to say, one of the reasons I'm watching this all of you is that I don't watch these guys often. But, like, why is their language so, like, BDSM coded? It's weird to me. It's like, you're going to be dominated in this conversation. It's like, they dominate. It's all a power play. It's like, Jesus Christ, keep it in the bedroom. It's just weird to me. Okay.
Use of pauses and facial expressions and eye contact to clue the audience in on who's dictating the pace of the conversation. Do this and you'll probably begin to pick up on a few things, like the fact that men in older movies are generally able to convey a lot more by saying less. They're generally more reserved and project a kind of quiet confidence. They're less prone to big emotional outbursts or energetic displays of high-strung verbal diarrhea. They spend less time talking about themselves and how things make them feel, and more time grappling with
Yeah, and a lot of them are sociopaths.
whatever problem or issue is actually at hand. When they decide to show aggression, it's generally controlled and carefully measured and deployed.
This is a bad guy. Like, this guy in this movie, Khan, is a bad guy. He's like, tries to kill a bunch of people and like puts, okay. Cope with these types of men is that they really believe it's a psyop to weaken men. The reality is that they spend millions on market research before making a movie. People want what the mover, that is true, Yowzer, that is very true, okay?
At just the right moment for maximum impact. They're less likely to...
It's an issue with capitalism, Yowzer, to a large extent, right? But of course, they would never critique capitalism.
Admit to personal weaknesses, insecurity, and emotional fragility, or complain about physical discomfort and danger. In writing terms, this is what we refer to as stoicism. A stoic character is one that's generally reserved and emotionally...
Wait a minute, the Joker? I'm sorry. Why is he showing all these like sociopathic, horrific characters? Now, I love the Joker as a character. Very cool character. Not a good guy, though, in a lot of ways. But like, yeah, right? We think the Joker is stoic and shit? Okay, I don't know about that. All right.
Distant, the kind of person who bears their troubles and discomforts without too much complaining. It's a character type most commonly associated with traditional ideas of masculine behaviour. Why? Because that's how men generally act around each other. Now take a look at men in mainstream movies today, and pay attention to the same aspect.
First of all, guys, we have to understand that there's cherry picking that's about to take place, right? I'm sure he's going to show us examples that fit with his idea without showing us ones that go against it, okay? Yeah, I know, it's so stupid, Jonas. It's like, what a waste of time. Oh well, whatever. I guess this is what we have to live with these days. Okay.
That you looked at before, I can pretty much guarantee you're going to notice a big difference between the two. The men in
You're
movies
not
and
wrong,
TV
Elsa.
shows now tend to come across as annoyingly talkative and expressive, reacting emotionally to what other people say and do,
Yeah,
instead
Richard.
of coolly observing and keeping their own feelings in check. And this is important because here's a little secret for you boys and girls. The ability to just shut the fuck up for a minute and let an uncomfortable silence stretch out before you is a pretty powerful weapon when it comes to tense conversations. Because
What are we talking about? I'm losing the thread. He's just saying that men need to be silent. What? I'm sorry. What? Uh yeah, oh, of course, Sylvie. Men are emotional, right? They're people. I like it. I don't know. All right.
you're making it clear that you don't care much whether the other person expects a response. You'll speak to them when you're goddamn good and ready. Male characters today, however, mirror whatever they see and hear instead of imposing their own pace and tone on the conversation. They seem uncomfortable with the idea of protracted silence and feel the need to constantly talk to fill the gaps. Any real action that they take has to be undercut by ironic self-deprecating humour, which instead of being funny, just makes them come across as insecure and lacking the confidence of their own
No. I'm sorry, but no. The biggest lie these people ever say is men are never emotional and haven't ever been. Yeah, this is what's weird to me, is to an extent, a lot of these guys that they're showing are humanized. Like, they don't want men to be human. Like, that's what it almost sounds like he's saying. Like, this character is, I mean, he's an elf in the show, but like, it's more humanizing. Like, men are portrayed as more human. And this is why I say this is bad for men, because like a lot of those old portrayals of men was deeply dehumanizing, basically implying men should not express their emotions, should not act in a human way, should not make mistakes. Like, okay, right. Drusilla, what'd you say, Drusilla? You said he sounds like a whiny little piss baby. He does. Um, yeah, like loves it. Oh, yeah, that's for sure, Sylvie, right? Definitely a dainty fangirl. A very weak man here, if you want to use that phrase. Moist critical is, or not moist critical, I'm sorry, the critical drinker.
Convictions. Like the idea of being assertive and taking decisive action is so silly that it has to be made into a self-conscious joke. Generally speaking, they're easily intimidated and outmatched by strong female personalities, usually folding like a house of cards the moment they're challenged on something, and they're almost—
Wait, so is he implying that men should never fold to a challenge from a female? That's very toxic. They just showed an image of what, Princess Leia, or not Princess Leia, but some powerful figure talking to a lower down subordinate, and he's basically like, well, no, they shouldn't fold to a female. Well, what if, you see what I mean? Like, that's very toxic. If it's a female, like, let's say you're, I don't know, you work for a president who's a female, should you just never fold because she's a— it's just stupid. Okay, all right, very stupid.
Never able to hold their own in an argument, even if the facts and general situation actually support their position. They lack both the quick thinking and the belief in themselves needed to press their advantage and assert control over a situation.
Yeah, admitting you might be wrong. Oh my God, so gay. Paul Squaw, men should be deranged and leap into action without discussing or thinking about anything. Of course, Paul Squaw, right? Me too, Louise. I did. I know a lot of people didn't, but I liked Rings of Power. Anyway, I guess we all just need to, not think about anything. Intellectualism is gay and effeminate, apparently. He just wants all the men on screen to fit his vision of alpha malehood because he's right. Absolutely, Outer Signal, which is bad for men. Like, these are the guys trying to most oppress men, even though they're the ones claiming to try and liberate men. You guys do see that, right? This is very anti-man or anti-men, like, it's very bad for men.
In functional terms, what you see on screen these days aren't really men in the normal sense. They're basically hyperactive, hyper-emotional, hyper-talkative children forced into men's bodies.
Oh my God, well, if that's the case, then he fits right in. The guy who made this video kind of fits right into that model, doesn't he?
They're a kind of shallow, trite projection of what insecure, effeminate, emotionally fragile Hollywood screenwriters imagine men to be, either because they dislike the idea of the masculine, stoic male archetype, or they lack the breadth of life experience to be able to write characters like that in the first place. There seems to be this weird belief that stoic personalities are inherently dangerous and unhealthy, like men who don't constantly express their every thought and feeling are nothing but fountains of repressed—
Well, guys, I do got to. I no. I obviously it's not true that being stoic means that there's something inherently dangerous with you, but it is true that one of the symptoms of like social personality disorder is a muted affect, where you don't express many emotions and you're kind of flat faced and you don't feel much, and you're like, I don't really care that I just killed that bunny. You see what I mean? Now, that's not to say that it's you know it's wrong to be stoic, but you see what I mean? There is kind of like, well, it could be something bad if you can't express emotion and your face doesn't give away how you're feeling, and that can be a sign of something bad, psychiatric going on. Anyway, just something to think about there, I guess.
Rage and raw emotion. That taking decisive action and wanting to assert control over a tense situation is somehow fundamentally wrong. Well, if you're a man anyway. And well, to put it bluntly, that's absolute bullshit. The reality is that most of the time, men just don't feel things as deeply as people seem to imagine. They don't tend to get hung up on things in the same way that other people do.
Okay, see, that is so dehumanizing to men. So dehumanizing to men. Oh my God. We feel shit. We feel shit. Did you guys know that? Do you know that men feel stuff? We have emotions. Oh my God. Okay. Men just don't feel like other humans do. They're not fully human. They're less emotion. What do you mean? Dear God. Okay.
They don't constantly fret and worry over trivial problems.
What do you mean? What do you mean? What men in here sometimes fret over trivial problems? I know I do. I'm certain that there's some men in here who do the same thing. By the way, I'm sure there are also women who don't fret over trivial problems. What are we doing?
They don't like to be disrespected or treated as the weak link in the chain, and they generally don't complain about minor discomforts or things that nobody can actually fix, because they
What
find
do you mean? This is so stupid.
that kind of behaviour annoying and off-putting in other people. And yet, that seems to be what we're being force-fed in our fictional characters these days. Jesus, no wonder cinemas are having their worst years in fucking decades. Whatever the reasoning behind it, the result is a kind of frustrating, neutered, childlike interpretation of male behaviour that doesn't really line up with what real, normal people experience day to day. Personally, I find that I can't relate to more and more male characters in movies today because they simply don't talk, act, or look like any of the men I've actually...
Really, Sylvie? Okay, really shows what he's about. Okay, ooh, that'd be interesting. Yeah, exactly, Jonas. Like, I fret over small things all the time, and not all men do, not all women do, but that's just like some humans. Okay, like that's all right. I don't understand.
known in my life, and they're definitely not something I'd want to aspire to. Trope number 2, the deconstructed hero. Remember all those awesome, heroic male characters that you liked when you were growing up? Well, forget about them because they were never actually heroes in the first place, and modern Hollywood is determined to prove it to you. And truly, what more
No, that's not true. There are different kinds of heroes, right? There are different heroic archetypes. Okay. There you go, Meowzord. Right. I'd like to point out that his favorite character might still fret over trivial problems, but it's just not shown on screen. Correct. Okay. And encouraging men not to develop emotional intelligence, but to repress themselves. It's bad for men. This has always been my argument, right? And that's why that's my point here. Obviously, it's bad for women, but it's also bad for men. And I think that's a good way to counter the whole red pill thing is to talk about, hey guys, this is bad for you. Because a lot of men, let's be honest, a lot of men have trouble connecting with the pro-women arguments because they've been fed a bunch of misogynistic shit. So, like, you could also approach it in another true way, which is this is bad for you. Don't obey the state. The state wants you to be stoic and wants you to be this strong, emotionless, obedient character. Okay. Jonas, has he ever read a book? Probably not, Jonas. That's too effeminate and too gay, probably, for him.
Essential example could I possibly give to start things off than Luke Skywalker, who went from one of the most iconic and beloved heroes in all of cinema to a sad, broken, miserable, and forlorn man living alone on a windswept island and just running out the clock until he could eventually die. Truly, Rian Johnson understood exactly what he was doing with this one. He performed the most epic character assassination of all time, determined to kill not just the man, but his legacy along with him.
But that's kind of badass. That's I haven't seen that Star Wars. Don't get mad at me. I do like Star Wars. I haven't seen that one, but anyway, to like, I don't know why he was living out his life on an island. Probably because he was hurt emotionally or something. That's a human experience, but okay, I don't know.
How about Rocky Balboa, the ultimate underdog and symbol of scrappy, determined
Yes, Dolly
optimism? A man who fought his way to the top through sheer determination and willpower, taking down men bigger and stronger than himself through sheer refusal to give up. Then you get to something like Creed, where he's portrayed as a sad, lonely old man who's given up on life. A man who isn't even willing to go through life-saving cancer.
This is really depressing to me because there are older men out there who are very sad and depressed and have had a lot of trauma in their lives. And there's actually a very high rate of self-unaliving amongst elderly men. And for him to sort of demonize that and be like, oh, these sad elderly men are just not masculine. Ew. That's really gross. Okay.
Treatment because he just doesn't care about living anymore. Truly inspiring stuff. Or Jean-Luc Picard, the cultured, intelligent, clear-headed diplomat, capable leader and brave explorer from Star Trek The Next Generation. Once the epitome of the thinking man's hero, now reduced to a confused, frail old man who needs to be put firmly in his place
Oh
by
my God, this is so gross. This is gross.
someone more diverse.
Sheer fucking hubris.
Yeah, that'll teach you to get ideas above your station, Jean-Luc. Or how about Superman?
Has he even watched Next Generation? Because anyway, I'm not going to go into it. You need to watch Next Generation. Jean-Luc Picard is a complex character. Okay.
Surely one of the most long-standing examples of the strong, square-jawed, patriotic male superhero. Well, not in the mind of Zack Snyder, who transformed him into a sullen, brooding, conflicted outsider who doesn't even know if he can or should help humanity in any way.
Who's a badass and makes the right decisions and is actually very human because he has inter-conflict and things like that. But no, we can't have a honestly, bro, this is fascist thinking. Fascists obsessed with fighting, mortality, aging. You're so right, Meowsler. Oh my God. Okay. You're right. It kind of reminds me of that old fascist propaganda that men always have to be young and strong and ready to die for the state. Okay.
Wow, you're really...
That really, Richard, I didn't know that people were upset with Picard when he first showed up because he was bald. Oh my God, these people are monsters.
Nailed the character there, Zach. Well done, son. Or perhaps James Bond, surely the ultimate man's man. A tough, cold, ruthless man of action who can handle any threat and seduce any woman with ease.
I gotta tell you, it would be so boring to have sex with James Bond. I know, I'm sorry, weird conversation. Weird conversation, but like the man has like no emotion or anything. Like whenever you see him in any of the movies, he's always like, I'm Bond, James Bond. He's like a robot. And then like he's always sleeping with women. And I can't imagine any of those women are satisfied with this boring robotic man who probably is like, I am done. And then that's it. Like boring shit. Who like what? Anyway, just say, I know, I'm sorry. I'm just saying, never been, never thought that, was giving off a good time for man or woman. Okay. Like has no emotion, very boring. Okay. Anyway, just saying there, so like the fact that he's viewed as a ladies' man, we should see how many ladies enjoyed that. Probably not. Probably not many. All right.
But oh no, we can't allow harmful stereotypes like that to persist in the current
really want
era.
it, Jonas. No, I really want it. I feel like it'd be a waste. I feel like it'd be a waste of time. Okay, it'd be very much a waste of time, Jonas. Okay, no, okay, Magflower Kid. I haven't thought about it a lot. The only thing is that I've like watched most of the James Bond movies. When I was younger, I enjoyed watching them, but like as I got older, when I would watch them, there's always a sex scene, and I was like, you know what? He's so boring. Or like just watching him in general, it's like what a boring. What like, and I never understood why people thought he was attractive and like why he was like this sexy guy. He just doesn't do it for me. Okay. Anyway, yeah, that'd be nice. Now James Bond with a gay lover, that'd be good, right? Okay. He who has plot armor. There you go. All right.
Of Hollywood. We have to make him sad and pouty and hung up on a woman who died like 4 movies ago. And when he tries to flirt with women now, it becomes a point of awkward comedy because gosh darn it, why on earth would they be attracted to a man like him? Yep, that's what I want. I want to be laughing at James Bond. Just like all the others.
But SoCal, he doesn't even stir. What do you mean? He doesn't do the stirring or the shaking. It's just like, it's like this cold, unfeeling, robotic thing. Like, I don't like, not even stirring. Where's the stirring?
to be carefully softened, broken down, his air of danger
Hello,
and
Dexter.
sensuality and confidence slowly stripped away to make him less threatening, less assertive, less intelligent, and well...
Oh, I got you. Oh, I'm an idiot, SoCal. I got you. But also, like, at the same time, the modern Bond, the Daniel Craig, he has more emotions and shit, and people don't like that because he's more human. He's still not great, and it's still not the best character ever, but, okay.
generally just less than what he was before. And ultimately, it points to one general problem.
Drusilla, we all know, Drusilla. We all know. No need to say it, okay?
We're not being given positive, inspiring male heroes to look up to anymore, and the ones that we used to enjoy are having their legacies slowly eroded and undermined in an attempt to taint our whole perception of them. We've got nothing to look forward to in the present, and our past is being taken away from us. You've got to love it. Trope number 3. Men are just dumb, I guess. One of the things that really seems to have taken hold in modern
I agree, Outer Signal. I completely agree. I thought those were much better movies.
entertainment is the idea that the smartest person in the room can never possibly be a man. Whether it's comically brain-dead morons like the Red Guardian from Black Widow, whose one and only character trait is that
What? He's a comedic character. That's the whole point.
he could punch things really hard, well, except when he has to actually fight someone important, or supposedly ruthless military leaders like General Hux getting suckered in and provoked into a rage by a "your mum" joke, or the seemingly endless numbers of dumb, corrupt, abusive men in Westworld just lining up to be summarily executed for their crimes. I'm not kidding, pretty much every episode from season 1 onwards is just the same trope repeated over and over again. Or how about Dr. Henry Wu, the brilliant genetic engineer who made
Again, he's totally cherry-picking examples here.
Jurassic Park possible. Except it turns out that he wasn't actually all that brilliant after all, because all he really...
You know what, Richard P? You're right. I think Jason effing Voorhees is a real man. He at least could probably, you know, I can't really say this on stream. He probably at least would be better than Bond, if you know what I mean, right? He probably has some energy in him. Dear God, it takes a lot to hunt down people and to cut them up with a machete or whatever he does. Stab them. Like, at least there's some energy there. But James Bond, dear God. Like, if I wanted to, you know, what are those things called? Those things that go around and, like, one of those mechanical sweepers that you can use in your house. Like, if I wanted to have sex with one of those things, I would go to James Bond. You know what I mean? What are they called? Like the little, I don't know, little robotic... you know, vacuum cleaners, whatever. Roomba, thank you, Roomba, right? Like, Jesus, just have sex with a Roomba instead of James Bond. Okay. Anyway.
Did was piggyback off the research of Charlotte Lockwood, a far more talented and intelligent scientist who nobody had ever heard of until she was retconned into the story later. The message is always the same. Men and everything that they do are stupid. They didn't earn or deserve anything that they actually have, and most of the time they need a smarter, stronger, and better female character to get them on track.
That tracks.
As another little example here, take Kevin from Ghostbusters 2016. Now, his character is a counterpart to Janine in the original movie. The difference, though, is that Janine...
Wait a minute. The original Ghostbusters were also kind of silly, right? They weren't like these perfect men. They were kind of silly and funny. Okay, it's not like that is a difference.
Was always portrayed as smart, efficient, and good at her job. The comedy in her case mostly stemmed from her exasperation at the others, either because she hadn't been paid or because she was wildly over...
Exactly why I would prefer the Roomba, Drizella. You know who was really safe? James Bond.
Worked. Yeah, she was sassy and abrasive with people, but one thing she wasn't was dumb. Kevin, on the other hand, isn't just stupid, he's ridiculously, obscenely stupid to the point where you could probably make a genuine argument that his character had moderate to severe learning difficulties. I feel like you're mocking the afflicted here, Paul. The intended humour here was to contrast his physical attractiveness with his complete lack of brains and common sense, in effect making him a male bimbo, surely one of the most tired of all...
So, why do you think I don't pay any of the bills in this place? What's that about? You think I don't pay bills? Screw you, SoCal.
Movie cliches. But again, it's apparently fine to portray men this way because, as we all know, men are dumb and that's funny. They certainly don't have anything to teach other characters, even if they're far older and more experienced than them. Taking the Luke Skywalker example from earlier, consider how not only does he have no wisdom or lessons of value to impart to Rey, despite his decades of experience with the Force, the dangers of the dark side and the possibility of redemption, but he actually learns things from her instead. Because one of the other annoying tropes of modern cinema is
Wow. Oh, wow. So did you know that men can learn things from a woman? Oh, shocking. It's almost like we all had mothers, right? Like, mothers, that's what a mother does is doesn't matter if you're a boy or a girl, a mother in theory teaches you things. Like, okay, I guess you can't learn anything from a woman, guys. Did you know that, guys? You can't learn anything from a woman?
that you can't have male mentors teaching women anything of value. And I think this problem was
Why not? You have that all the time. What do you mean? There's lots of movies where there's male mentors teaching women shit.
best articulated by Kevin Feige when he was asked why Doctor Strange never made an appearance in the TV show WandaVision, when it absolutely would have made sense for the MCU's best magic user to take part in a show that was specifically about magic. Quote, some people might say, oh, it would have been so cool to see Doctor Strange, but it would have taken away from Wanda. We didn't want the end of the show to be
Meowsard, you're right.
to go to the next movie. Here's the white guy. Let me show you how power works. And that right there is the real reason why they didn't want him in the show, because they couldn't stand the idea of a male character teaching a woman anything of value, because it would violate the rules of modern writing, which have apparently decided that men are dumb, they don't know anything of value, and they have nothing to teach anyone. And trust me, once you realise that's the thinking behind so much of modern movie making, well, you're never going to be able to unsee it. Now, the thing is, I'm not saying for 1 second that every male character now has to be some domineering, super confident alpha male who eats raw meat and destroys
But it kind of seems like that is what you're saying.
everyone around him just by looking at them. That kind of crushing conformity would be just as tedious and artistically limiting as the strong female character trope that Emily Blunt recently spoke out about. And don't worry, I'm going to address that one in due course. Believe that. But what I am saying is that it'd be nice to see a bit of balance and variety for a change.
Really?
Instead of Hollywood trying to push the unhealthy message that masculinity in all its forms is toxic, broken, and...
Yeah, you're right. I can see it, Outer Signal. This is bullshit. Because, like, before, it was basically one kind of man, and that's what he wants to go back to. But he's saying, no, I don't want just one type of man. I want both. No, that's not what you're saying. You would be complaining about it if it was equally half and half. You'd still be complaining about it.
Needs to change. How about showing us a range of positive male characters?
You know what? How dare all of you.
Acknowledging that men actually have
This Roomba lore is getting out of hand, okay? It is.
something to offer the world, that the drive, the focus, the protectiveness, the assertiveness and the competitiveness that comes so naturally to them can be a force for good instead of some destructive impulse that needs to be curbed and corrected. Trust me, it won't kill you to acknowledge that men, just like women, can be pretty damn awesome at times. And who knows, your audience might just thank you for it too. Anyway, that's going to do it for part 1. I'm going to come back and address the remaining tropes in my next video, so...
Okay, well, that was a waste of my time. Okay, well, that was fun, guys. I'm glad it's over, though. I was kind of sick of it. Yeah, okay, do we have to, like, dear God, do we have to say it? Men are human beings, women are human beings. The most important category to put other people into is human. Okay? Human. It's like, a man and a woman are human. Non-binary people are human. It's all human, and that makes you much more similar with each other than it does different. All right? And, yeah, men do not have to be heartless monsters that are robots and completely psychopathic, etc. Hello, Mad Sci Guy. Like, okay, and you know what? What is all this Roomba shit? What is all this Roomba shit? I'm gonna start handing out bonks. I'm gonna start handing out bonks here, okay? Don't make me hand out a bunch of bonks and bromps. Okay? Bonk for SoCal. Bonk for Dex Stewart. You done? Richard P. Bonk! I'm going to start banning people who mention Roombas. Luke gets a bonk. Bonk for defying my authority. LaQual, you get a boop. Boop. All right. Mayflower Kid gets a bonk. Bonk. I'm going to spreading the bombs out. Okay, I'm going to spread these bombs out like you've never seen before. Okay. You're welcome, okay? Bonk shield. Meowzord! Okay, Meowzord, thank you for the donation. You get a boop. Boop. Thank you, Meowzord. Meowzord, very much thank you for that donation, Meowzord. Okay, so let's see here. Mayflower Kid, I'm gonna, that's it. You know what, Mayflower Kid? You know what I'm gonna do, Mayflower Kid? I'm going to, how am I gonna do this? How do I do this? I'm going to, how do I do this? Do I, remove? There. Ha! Mayflower Kid. Ha! What happened to your message there, Mayflower Kid? It's gone. It's gone, Mayflower Kid. See what happens? Dolly Boy, watch what's about to happen to your message too. Huh? You wanna see what happens when you defy my authority? I will gladly start censoring people. Don't Roomba me. I hate you all so much. Okay, whatever. Okay, so let's I'm gonna don't make me put chat in timeout. Don't make me put chat in timeout. Sure, I shall, Meowzord. Okay. I will put chat in timeout if I have to. You posted it in chat, Meowzord? Oh, you put it in reactions. I got you. Boop. Okay. Ooh. All right. This looks fun. Born Sexy Yesterday. Pop Culture Detective Agency. What is this about? Video essay about a gender trope that has bothered me for years, but I didn't have a name. Born... Oh, interesting. Okay, let's watch this. So this should be interesting. This kind of goes along with what we're talking about. Making messages disappear like a Roomba cleaning a floor. I swear to God. I swear to God. Okay, so this is from Meowzord. This is supposed to be a counter, and it's about women, I'm guessing. Okay, let's take a watch here. I'm very interested. Let's see here when it comes to this shit.
Tron Legacy, Disney's...
Okay, that's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's it. Oh no, where did the chat go? Oh no. Oh no, you can't see it on the main screen anymore. Oh no. See this? You're all in timeout. You're all in timeout. The chat has left the main screen. Okay. Yeah, you can see people. If you're on YouTube, you can see the YouTube chats. If you're on Twitch, you can see the Twitch chats. But no more crossover. You're no longer going to be able to see the chats over on the main screen. Okay. We're putting chat in timeout. Chat's in timeout. I'll wait. I'll wait. I'll wait till you all come back to reality. Okay? We got no more cheeseburger. We got no more Roomba. We got no more other nonsense. No more disobeying the authority figure. Okay? No more disobeying the cult leader. All right? I will use my power as necessary. And if you want me to start smacking down messages, I will do it. I will do it. Okay? How dare you, Paul Squall? I swear to God. I will silence all of you if I have to. Okay. You know what? Whatever. I'm putting it in. Whatever. I don't have time for this shit. Okay, let's go.
Neon-infused sequel to the 1982 classic includes a particularly egregious example of a trope that has bothered me for years.
I'm Cora!
It's a gendered convention that...
Loiso, fuck you for that being the first thing you say as you enter this goddamn chat.
That will be instantly familiar to science fiction fans.
Jonas, I swear to God, Jonas. You want me to, hey, do you want to see me do that, Jonas? Do you want to see me do that? Here, fine, Jonas, fine. Okay? Let's do that, Jonas. Let's do that right now, Jonas. How do I do that? I don't know if I can do that. Can I do that? Can I erase Jonas's message? I can't. Damn it. Whatever, Jonas. Whatever. I can't delete the message, but still. Okay. Anyway.
The convention shows up over and over again in speculative media, but it didn't have a name. So I gave it one. I call it Born Sexy Yesterday.
She's an ISO.
The character of Cora is an isomorphic algorithm, or ISO. Basically, she's a sentient computer program in the shape of a woman.
She's the miracle, man. Everything I ever worked for. A digital frontier to reshape the human condition.
As the last of the ISOs, Cora is described...
Yeah, I'm going to speed it up a bit because he's talking kind of slow, but... Okay, here we go.
This way.
Profoundly naive. Unimaginably wise.
If that sounds vaguely like something someone might say about a child, it's no accident. Because that's exactly how Tron Legacy portrays Cora.
But between you and me...
That's interesting. That is kind of a trend. There are lots of shows where there's like these infantilized female robots type things. Okay.
Jules Verne is my favorite. Do you know Jules Verne?
Oh, I know so. Sure. You know it.
What's he like?
She has the mind of a naive, yet highly skilled child, but in the body of a mature, sexualized woman. She also serves as our hero's love interest. profoundly naive, yet unimaginably wise, captures the essence of this trope. Born yesterday is an idiom meaning extremely naive, inexperienced, or ignorant.
He thinks I'm too stupid, huh?
No.
Yeah, that is kind of a common trope for women, you know?
He's right, I'm stupid and I like it.
You do?
Sure, I'm happy. I get everything I want. 2 mink coats, everything.
Jesus.
Activated.
As a media trope, Born Sexy Yesterday has both a figurative and, in many cases, a literal meaning. The 1997 sci-fi cult classic, The Fifth Element, is probably the most quintessential example of Born Sexy Yesterday.
Told you. Perfect.
Like Cora, Lilu is whimsical and naive.
Oh my god, I love that movie. This is probably going to ruin it for me.
But she's also deliberately framed in a sexualized way.
They really make her. I know.
The female character
Right, it's like Epstein's preferred archetype infected all of Hollywood. Oh my god, that's so disturbing, but you're right, Outer Signal.
that this trope is built around are defined by their innocence of and inexperience with worldly things.
Oh my god.
Especially when it comes to sex, romance,
Apparently women are all dumb, according to these movies.
or basic social interaction.
Would you mind if I kissed you?
Does it hurt?
Through the use of science fiction conventions, they're brought in
only
maybe an android, a computer program, a mermaid, an alien, a magical being, or otherwise raised in an environment isolated from the rest of human society.
Oh dear God.
Many of these female characters have one very specific thing in common. They're all deliberately written to be completely unaware of their own sex appeal. This then provides filmmakers with an excuse to include at least one scene in which she disrobes in front of men.
Oh my god, that is so true. Oh my god, yeah. Yeah, you're right, guys. This is great, Meowsard. I'm suddenly thinking of all these movies. I know there's a lot of like sexist tropes in a lot of these. Yeah, and it's kind of pedophilic. You're right, Cody. Dear God.
And because she's so naive, she doesn't understand the implications of this action.
How dare you, Jonas?
Morning. Come on in.
Didn't bring my bathing suit.
No, Mecca, it's just on so welcome, Mecca. It's on a certain trope in a lot of movies regarding women being portrayed as like not that bright. Well, you just watch, okay? It's about movies overall.
What's a bathing suit?
Oh, murder.
As you might imagine, there's quite a bit of overlap here
Good morning, Robert.
with the manic pixie dream girl trope.
This is a magical room. Where does the water come from?
Well, the water comes from the pipes.
Where do the pipes get it?
Although
Yeah, like I don't know any women who'd be unless she's like a partner. Like you know, if I were straight and I had a female partner, that would be like okay with a man just coming in while like she's half undressed and then being like, "Oh hi, I don't notice what's happening." Like, I doubt that happens very often.
Actors who are born sexy yesterday are often highly skilled at something that men will respect.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Frequently, that thing is
Outer
combat.
Signal.
Now,
Yeah,
so far,
Dexter.
we've only focused on the female characters associated with this trope. But it isn't really about them.
The doorway spins.
Like most things in Hollywood, Born Sexy Yesterday is written for men. And ultimately, it's a relationship trope.
5'9". Yeah, they want you to be obedient, but not too smart because that'll challenge your intelligence. They want you to like be openly sexy in front of them and shit. All right.
Wise, long legs, great skin. You know, perfect.
So that means we need to talk about the other side of the equation, the male heroes.
Mm-hmm.
Typically, he's a straight, red-blooded man who has, for a variety of reasons, found himself alone or unsatisfied in love. He finds himself disenfranchised, or otherwise directionless. He either can't find, or doesn't want, a woman from his own world, a woman who might be his equal in matters of love and sexuality. He does have one thing going for him, though. He knows all about living life as a normal human being.
Exactly, Mecca. That's the point, right? Is that clearly this trope is trying to paint is showing women as all being dumb and incapable and stuff like that, which is a trope that you see a lot in movies because a lot of men like that idea. This is like saying all Americans are fat and love bombing the Middle East. Exactly, right? No, I hope you know I don't actually mean women are dumb, right? This is what they're saying. This is what this trope is kind of saying, that women should be dumb
like that men want women that are dumb and not very.
See how the trope is constructed as a male fantasy. It's precisely her naivety and her innocence that allows her to see something special in him. Something that other less
Oh,
innocent...
absolutely, Mechakind. Thank you for the donation there, Mechakind. Yeah, and all the old James Bond, the women are stupid and falling in love with him, and I think it's pretty stupid. Yeah, because he'd probably be very boring, I gotta tell you. I actually talked about that earlier, Mechakind, but yes.
Or more experienced women cannot.
Systems normal. Estimated resuscitation time 600 seconds. Commencing countdown.
Now, we don't have time to go into it here, but Born Sexy Yesterday is absolutely...
Guys, okay, I know I'm going to get pushback for this. I like a lot of animes, but also I don't like a lot of animes. There's a lot of animes that are really... they rub me the wrong way. There's a lot of interesting portrayals of young girls and women that are really borderline gross to me, if not are gross to me. And yeah, now not all animes, mind you, not all animes, but I know it might be partially a Japanese culture thing. I don't know much about it, but I just can't handle it. Even if it's like a good story anime, there's some weird Epstein-y things that happen in some animes. Yeah, and like okay, and I doesn't mean it's not good art. A lot of it's good art, but a lot of it too, you have to pick through it to find the good stuff that doesn't do that. Let's put it that way, okay?
Everywhere in Japanese anime.
Yeah.
Now, I should note that Born Sexy Yesterday is not a modern trope. In fact, it's been a fixture of classic Hollywood science fiction films.
So I know, right? That's literally the argument you hear. Is like, well, she's 3,000 years old. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. Oh, thank you, Bright Love. Anime, not anime. Okay, not animes. Gotcha.
Since the beginning of the genre.
This was intriguing. I wondered just how far women would permit...
Yeah, you're right, Mechakind. Even in anime, women he mostly showed as stupid and over... Yep, yeah, and a lot of them are underage, but then they'll be, like, really old characters or whatever, like, chronologically, but not body-wise, which kind of excuses this... Well, you know what I mean.
This to go.
It's nothing really
How dare you,
personal.
Mayflowerkin?
Just a kiss.
But why should people want to kiss each other?
Well, it's an old custom.
Oh my God, this is almost hard to watch. How dumb they make all these women appear. Jesus.
All of the really high civilizations go
Why
in.
would people want to kiss each other?
But it's so silly.
But it's good for you, though. It stimulates...
Ew, it's creepy. He's like trying to... Ew, he's like manipulating her and shit. Like, oh, but you should want to kiss me. Ew, and like she's acting like a child. Oh my God. Ew. Ew.
The whole system. As a matter of fact, you can't be in tip-top health without it.
Really? I didn't know that.
I'd be only too happy to show you.
Yeah, outer signal.
Thank you very much, Lieutenant.
No trouble at all.
Forbidden Planet in 1956 is one example. The Time Machine in 1960 is another.
Well, what's your name?
Weena.
Weena. How do you spell it?
Yeah.
Spell?
It's almost paraphernalia of
right.
old man. Yeah, absolutely, Mechakind.
Then there's the character of Nova from the original Planet of the Apes.
Yeah, and that's weird. Like, they look so young. It's creepy. It's creepy to watch. There's lots of weird sexualization of younger women and things like that. And with the okay, yeah.
Look at that. I touch it a smile.
Who is the protagonist's love interest, despite not understanding the concept of language.
Yeah, you're right, Dolly Boy. That's a good point. The android from Blade Runner, yeah.
The trope usually involves white women, but Born Sexy Yesterday is an offshoot of a
Mr.
much
Kincaid.
older media convention.
Oh my God, yeah.
One in which white adventurers discover indigenous women.
That's like Pocahontas, that whole thing, which is, you know, they're here to civilize you and shit like that.
Although in this case, science fiction replaces colonialism as the mechanism driving that narrative.
Big. Bada big boom. Big boom.
Yeah, big bada boom.
Bada boom.
Big boom, big bada boom.
Still, sometimes it's a little of both. Born Sexy Yesterday
Yeah,
fetishizes the
exactly,
stark
Cody,
power
right?
imbalance between a wiser, more experienced man and a naive, inexperienced woman. It's the ultimate teacher-student dynamic.
It's the custom of my people to help one another when we're in trouble.
Star Trek is famous for making
Is that
frequent
true,
use of
King
this
K?
trope.
I actually didn't know that about her. How old was she when she was in that movie?
Dan, I love that movie. Why or what movie? I'm sorry, are we talking about? Oh, you mean, oh yes, Pocahontas originally was a child. Yes, you're right. Okay. And by the way, like there are some animes that are really good that I just get ruined for me because of how they present the characters. Like the storylines are good, but then you see a character and it's like, oh, this is ruining it for me really big time. But I know that there's okay, I'm sorry.
Perhaps infamous is a better word because the trope shows up in the original series and then in every other series afterwards.
And this, is this also helping?
Yeah, there you go, Outer Signal. That's a good point.
Please, help me once again.
Ew, oh my god. Yeah, me too. I do want big green hair.
Seven
like
of Nine's relationship with the Doctor on Star Trek Voyager is a prominent example, especially as depicted in the episode Someone to Watch Over.
Try shaking your head a little bit.
Yeah, Lady Gaga.
Is this more appropriate?
Fans of that series will remember that the Doctor's own social naivety is never framed by the show as something sexy.
How shall I choose?
That is a really good thing to point out. Like when the man is naive, that's not sexy at all. But when the woman is naive, it's thought of like, oh, sexy. Okay. Interesting. Because like, you remember Data from Next Generation? He's kind of naive about some things, but it's not viewed as like a sexual thing. But for a woman, it is. Yeah, Jonas. Yeah. Okay.
I think you'd look very nice in this one.
I am uncertain how to wear such a garment. Assist me.
Oh, I'm sure you'll manage. I'll go prepare the holiday. Remember, the idea is to have fun tonight. I'll expect a full report in the morning.
Although Born Sexy Yesterday was a major part of Seven's character, at least to begin with, she is ultimately made much more than that. And outside of a handful of rather cringeworthy episodes, Seven's story is largely one of self-realization and self-discovery.
Yeah,
which manages
it isn't
to
as bad in that, I'm guessing.
transcend the constraints of the trope.
A lot of Disney princesses are underage.
To a large degree, this is also true of a character like Somni 451 from Cloud Atlas. Like Seven, her romantic relationship is downplayed, while her character development is made central.
Knowledge is a mirror, and for the first time in my life, I was allowed to see who I was and who I might become.
Which brings me to this point. The problem with this
Pizza
trope
the
is
Giant.
not necessarily with the female characters themselves. If these were simply stories involving naive, extraterrestrial women who learned about love and humanity...
By the way, great movie. Unfortunately, it wasn't very popular when it came out, and I know a lot of people don't like it, but I highly recommend Cloud Atlas. Has anyone seen Cloud Atlas? Some people hate it. I really like Cloud Atlas. I recommend people watch it. If you haven't seen it, it has sort of a revolutionary flair to it. Yeah, it's decent. It's long, but I really liked it. Okay.
And that wouldn't be an issue. Likewise, if the male hero was also inexperienced and our two protagonists could discover love and sex together, then that would avoid most of the troubling power dynamic issues.
Outer Signal, let me know what you think about it. It didn't get good reviews, but I really liked it. It could be better, but yeah.
What's going on?
You need to understand how it works.
What?
This chip. This body.
So, for example, Cameron from the Sarah Connor Chronicles TV show fits the trope.
You know what, Luke? Go to hell, Luke. Okay, go to hell.
But her relationship with the young John Connor is framed as much more of a mutual exploration. Since Born Sexy Yesterday hinges on a lopsided power dynamic, it's almost never portrayed the other way.
No, Meowzor, don't you dare tell that to Outer Signal. Don't you dare. No, Meowzord, you're not to contradict the cult leader. Don't you dare tell Outer Signal to not watch it. Watch it, Outer Signal. Watch it. Let me know what you think about it. Let me know what you think about it, okay? I am unsure. I am unsure of whether it's a good movie or not, but I enjoyed it. But it got bad reviews, okay? So watch it, though. Watch it and let me know. No, you know what, Mayflower Kid? No. We're going to continue watching this. You're all going to pay attention, all right? No more of this nonsense. You're all going to get detention, all right? All right.
Around.
Thank
it's
you, Jonas.
extremely rare for a more experienced female character.
Yes, it is 3 hours long. Watch it. Watch it. Outer Signal has watched other things that are 3 hours long, okay? Outer Signal has seen the Lord of the Rings movies. Outer Signal can handle it, all right? Okay. Look at Meowsord infantilizing outer signal, thinking outer signal doesn't have the capacity to watch a 3-hour movie. Okay? Jesus.
To teach a naive man about sex.
I think I better go home now, Mary Sue.
Why?
I think I might be ill. Something's happening to me.
Thanks, Dolly Boy, for that useless contribution.
That's supposed to happen.
It is?
Yeah, trust me.
What? Wait, no.
Interesting.
That's your dessert. Eat that with a fork.
Perhaps that's because most grown women don't find the idea of dating an inexperienced adolescent boy all that appealing.
No, but you eat that last. Sandwich first, dessert last.
This is interesting.
On
oh
the
my
rare
God.
occasion when the genders are reversed, male ineptitude then becomes the butt of the joke.
Hi, this is the woman from the baseball card store. Remember me?
Oh, yes. Hi. Hello. Hot diggity dog. Thanks for calling.
You're rude, Matt Sai guy.
Me on the telephone.
She may even
Yeah, because then the men are expected to be the smart ones or whatever, and then it's kind of viewed as a negative if they're viewed as the not smart ones, or like, anyway, I don't know.
end up falling for him. But she falls for him despite his inexperience, not because of it.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Oh, I forgot about the auto wash.
Born Sexy Yesterday is about an unbalanced relationship, but it's also very much connected to masculinity. The subtext of the trope is rooted in a deep-seated male insecurity around sex and sexuality. The crux of the trope is a fixation on male superiority, a fixation with holding power over an innocent girl. But in order to make that socially acceptable, science fiction is employed to put the mind of that girl into a sexualized adult woman's body. It's a fantasy based on fear. Fear of women who are men's equal in sexual experience and romantic history, and fear of losing the intellectual upper hand to women. In Woody Allen's 1973 comedy Sleeper, the protagonist is frozen, and when he wakes up in the future, he's suddenly, and very conveniently, the only man left on Earth who still remembers how to have sex. That same exact thing happens to Stallone's character in Demolition Man.
Sorry, I'm not saying much. I'm just too busy watching and see what they have to say.
Oh my.
But I should talk more so I don't get copyrighted, but yeah.
We transfer activities like this?
Better.
Better? Why?
So Born Sexy Yesterday is a science fiction trope that's designed specifically so male heroes get to automatically be the most extraordinary man in a woman's life.
Yeah.
Again, because they're basically the only man to have ever been in her life.
Yeah.
As such,
that's like that weird virginal fantasy that a lot of guys have, that they want a girl that has never been touched, or I'm sorry, a woman that has never been touched or whatever, which partially is biological. What I mean by that is that there's sort of a tendency among some humans to get jealous because they need to protect their reproductive success, so they don't want any other man. You see what I mean? I'm not excusing it, but I'm just saying it makes sense biologically why some people might feel that way, but it doesn't mean you need to act on that shit. Anyway. Okay. Boo. Poor Sandra Bullock's Evangelion.
The trope rests.
I have not watched Neon Genesis Evangelion. I've heard it's good. I know you said that it's some sexualized stuff in there. I'd have to watch it.
On some troubling patriarchal ideas.
No, Matt, I do not support abstinence. I do not support abstinence.
Male purity.
I shouldn't watch Neon Genesis Evangelion? Okay. I'll start watching it. I'll see if it's worth anything. I've heard it's a good story, but from what I'm getting in the chat here, it's also a bit weirdly sexualized and shit.
Virginity. By definition, characters born sexy yesterday have no past lovers and no previous sexual experiences. She is framed as pure and innocent sexually and romantically, unchanged and uncorrupted by the attention of other men.
Does it, NECA? Okay.
The male hero, therefore, avoids even the possibility of being compared, of being judged, of not measuring up. At the end of the day, this is a male fantasy about escaping the humiliation of rejection. Since he's the first and only man in this woman's life, he gets to be the best by default. Which means he doesn't even have to try to be a better partner, a better boyfriend, or a better lover.
That's what we call a kiss.
Is that true, a bright love? Okay, fair. Luke, I swear to God.
Of course, the reality is that life experience is a plus and not a minus in relationships.
Yeah.
And we
He's
need
not
more
funny,
media to
Mayflower.
reflect that. We need media where men enthusiastically embrace women who are their equals.
Yeah, I
equals in
agree.
everything, including in matters of love and sex.
I think there are some examples like that now, aren't there? Wait, can we think of some examples where there's men and women who are basically equals? They're out there. I've seen them. I just can't think of them off the top of my head. He doesn't even have to try other channels' fantasy. Yeah, there you go. Are there Americans phenomenal at public speaking? Any Europeans who agree? What do you mean, Tija fan? Hello, Tija fan. Welcome. Okay. Hello. All right.
So
We got a lot of Europeans in here, by the way. TJA fan. All right.
You would be
The
signing.
name of this video, Mecha Kind, is Born Sexy Yesterday.
Fiction writers out there, I'll leave you with this. Innocence is not sexy. Knowledge and experience, on the other hand, now that's extremely sexy.
If you'd like to see
Amazing.
more,
Interesting. Okay. I like that a lot. That I never noticed that. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. That's a good point, Loiso. Dune, right? I guess I should say where there isn't this, they both have equal contribution. They're both presented as bringing something to the table. You see what I mean? There isn't like an imbalance of intelligence or power or anything. Weirdly enough, I think one example of this would be House of Cards. Now, it's not necessarily a positive thing, but both of the main characters, if anyone's seen House of Cards, even though what Kevin Spacey is a lunatic, is like the wife and the president, the wife's president, the first lady's husband are both pretty evil, like, and are helpful with each other's power grabs and stuff. Latest Castlevania, interesting. Yeah, right, Outer Signal. Okay, I didn't say go enjoy Kevin Spacey, Paul Squaw. How dare you? Okay, but yes, so that's an example. I would say, hell, Game of Thrones, I think does that very well. With well, somewhat, right? Okay, there are some women characters there that are very equal to their. Okay, kind of. It does both, right? It does do both. So Mecha Kind, how is your grandpa? I haven't been on your stream in a long time. Welcome back, Mecha Kind. I remember you. You mean my dad? My father's doing fine. He's actually brewing beer right now. All right. So there are some good examples of that. Okay. All right. So let's see here. Let's watch one more thing here. Now, this was from a while ago. Well, no, it wasn't. I'm going to go jump to the present. All right. So we could watch this really fast. Okay, so, well, I can't show you that one because I have to do a whole bunch of shit if I do that. All right, there's this one right here. Let's do this one. This was sent to us by TJ. Is that the one I want to watch? Forgive me, guys. Okay, let's watch this one.
Okay, so we talked.
This is this will probably be one of the last things we watched. Did you? I hated the one I did. I did Meowsword, but it isn't a link, so it'll be very hard to show it on screen because I'll have to go through this whole process. But people should watch it. See you later, Sam. Bye bye. Yeah, no problem, Cody. See you later. Go do some food making. Enjoy yourself. All right. Yeah, that's true, Loy. So Expanse is a good one. That's a good call there. Okay. All right. So, okay. Let's see here. What we got here is this one right here. Okay. So this, guys, this is what is it called? This is about Jeffrey Epstein, the autopsy details no one is talking about. I thought we could watch this real fast here. Everyone ready for it? I'm sure we'll have a great time, right? Absolutely great time. Absolutely great time. Everyone ready? So exciting. So exciting. Okay, let's watch, shall we?
Talked about Jeffrey Epstein not that long ago, and at the end of that video, I told you guys, if there's something I haven't seen yet, send it to me. There's new material, new interviews, new angles. I will weigh in from a mortuary science perspective if I can. And, well, I was sent something that I had not seen, and I was glad it was sent. I recently watched an interview on Megyn Kelly's podcast.
Oh, come on, Mecha Kind, of course, right? But we're actually, we need better evidence, Mecha Kind. But yeah, I mean, it definitely is looking that way, that's for sure, right?
Jeffrey Epstein's brother appeared as a guest. And during that interview, he shared autopsy photos of Jeffrey Epstein, including one of his neck area. I had never seen it before. I can't believe I've never seen it before. Why aren't we talking about this? Because when I saw it, I paused. I actually questioned if it was real, but his brother provided the photos, so they have to be real. They're real. Because I've been on real death scenes, just like Epstein's alleged cause of death. I understand what gravity does to a body. I understand what compression does to skin. And the markings on Jeff—
What do you want, Matt Saigai? What do you want? What do you want? Also, TJA fan, who is over here on YouTube. What's your point, TJA fan? Why are you coming in here to make comments about Americans and how Americans speak? What is your point, TJA fan? All right. I don't know. All right. I'm just curious. I don't get why you keep bringing up. TJA fan said, why'd you say? First, you said whenever Americans speak, there's always so much enthusiasm, no matter the topic. And then TJ fan said, is it just me, or are Americans phenomenal at public speaking? Any Europeans who agree? Interesting, TJ. Why are we? May I ask why you are bringing these things up when you come in here? Any particular reason? I'm just curious. All right.
Jeffrey Epstein's body do not look textbook to me. And we are going to dive into that today. But quick note, quick disclaimer before we go.
Right, Drusilla, that's why I'm like, because I don't know if that's wholly true. That's why I'm curious why we're bringing this up.
Further, we are going to be talking about self-unaliving, and I cannot say the official S word on YouTube. You know that S word? YouTube doesn't like it. They don't want me to say it. They would rather—
Correct. If I think that's why I haven't been getting as many views on YouTube, guys, because I've been saying too many bad things. Okay, anyway.
We say unalive. So if I use some clever language, just know, you know what I mean? I know what I mean, we're good, right? But just know a little piece of my soul dies each time I have to censor myself. But anyways, moving on. This video isn't about who Jeffrey Epstein was. We all know who he was. I feel like that's already been explained. He was a total piece of— that's putting it kindly.
Yeah,
this video is about the night he died. I want the timing in one place, the medical findings in one place, and the procedural failures all in one place. And yes, of course, I'm going to give you my opinion. Because when you stack the timeline, the documentation, the fractures, and now this marking, it doesn't really feel clean to me. So let's rewind, all right? Cue the intro. Wow, 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 wow. If we're going to talk about the death of Jeffrey Epstein and what—
Mecha Kind, you know where stereotypes of women being stupid and sexy come from? Oh, they come from a lot of places. They come from a lot of places. It has to do just with an imbalance of power between men and women historically. The idea that it reinforces the idea that men should control women. I don't know the exact source of it, but it definitely comes from a power structure, if that's what you mean.
May or may not have happened. We cannot start with the morning he was found. I want to start weeks earlier because the ending of this story doesn't make sense unless you understand what led up to it. I think you need all of the alleged facts. July 6th, 2019, Jeffrey Epstein is finally arrested and taken to the Metropolitan Correctional Center in Manhattan. This isn't just a small town jail. This is a federal facility. And at this moment in time, he is one of the most high-profile inmates in the country. Every guard knows his name. Every inmate knows his charges. Every news outlet is watching. 2 weeks later, July 23rd, he's found on the floor of his cell with a strip of bedsheet around his neck. His cellmate at the time, Nicholas Tartaglione. Tartaglione. That's a good one. I don't know how to pronounce that. So Nicholas, he's a former police officer who is facing multiple murder charges. Sounds like a nice guy. Not. Anyways, this is who he was sharing a cell with. The official story is that Epstein attempted to unsubscribe from life, but Epstein says his roomie, the police officer, former police officer / murderer, attacked him. The police officer, inmate, cellmate denies that, of course, because of course. We don't really get clarity there, unfortunately.
This is interesting. I'm trying to, okay. By the way, TJA fan, I'm not saying that to be mean. I'm just curious. Welcome to the stream, by the way. I hope I didn't scare you away. I literally was just curious why you're bringing those things up.
Unfortunately, what we do know is that after that event happened, Epstein was placed on watch protocol. You know, that special kind of watch that starts with an S that I can't say on here. And this type of watch protocol in a federal facility is pretty serious. It means close observation, restrictions, monitoring. It means someone has already decided that you are at risk. But that doesn't last long for Mr. Epstein, because 1 week later, he's taken off of that protocol. They're just like, he's fine now. Let's just take him off. And just like that, Jeffrey Epstein is returned to the special housing unit under one condition. He must have a cellmate, which tells you something. They still considered him at risk. He wasn't cleared as totally fine. He was cleared with supervision. So fast forward to August 9th. It's a Friday, the day before he dies. His assigned cellmate is released, and no new cellmate is assigned. So now, the man who was considered at serious self-unsubscription from life just weeks prior, not even that long ago, is now alone. The last night that Jeffrey Epstein
Yeah, that's kind of off.
Was alive, 2 guards were assigned to his unit, and according to federal prosecutors, they allegedly failed to conduct required 30-minute checks for about...
Yeah, exactly, Outer Signal. Another dereliction of duty from the mainstream media. Of course.
8 hours. 8 hours in a locked facility. 8 hours in a high-profile housing unit. 8 hours where no one is physically verifying his condition. Then, the camera that would have captured the immediate area near his cell door, conveniently not functioning properly that night. And this is where people start saying, that's a lot of coincidences, because, right? Anyways, August 10th, around 6:30 in the morning, he is found unresponsive in his cell. CPR is initiated, he's transported to the hospital, and he's officially pronounced. So now we have a man who was previously on watch protocol, required to have a cellmate, left all alone, guards allegedly not checking on him for 8 hours, cameras that conveniently malfunctioned, and that's just the timeline. We haven't even looked at.
It makes you wonder if they actually, he may have killed him, he may have, self-unalived, but they may have let him do it also. You know what I mean? It may be that they're like, hey, we're going to disappear for a little bit. And then, so that, you see what I mean? It also is possible that he was directly done to, but even if it's found that he did, in fact, unalive himself, it's almost like they wanted him to do that.
The body yet, like all that, and we're not even there yet, but we're getting there right now, because here's where the story takes a surprising turn. Jeffrey Epstein's brother, Mark Epstein, is his legal next of kin.
Probably Mecha. Thank you so much for the contributions there, Mecha. Yes, I think GTA 78 is going to come out before the complete Epstein file. Yeah.
Find out from prison officials, from the medical examiner, from anybody official, really, that his brother had died. He found out from watching CNN, which is wild to me. Notifying the next of kin after a death is like death investigation 101. There's proper protocol, but it wasn't done here. So Mark feeling something is amiss, something is off.
Yeah, no, guys, I don't know. I was just like theorizing, because it doesn't look like he did commit suicide at all. I mean, that he unalived himself. It doesn't look like that at all. But I'm like, let's say some random new piece of evidence came out that's like, yes, he did. Well, they could also be that they let him do it because they were so derelict of duty and they were hoping he would do it. But it doesn't matter. I'm just kind of randomly thinking here.
He hires Dr. Michael Baden to observe the autopsy. Dr. Baden, if you don't know who he isn't just some internet doctor with a hot take. This was really interesting to read about. He's a forensic pathologist who has been involved in some of the most high-profile cases in modern American history. He's worked on cases connected to JFK, O.J. Simpson, George Floyd, Aaron Hernandez. He's served as chief medical examiner of New York City. He has decades of experience examining bodies and testifying.
Yeah, Luke.
He was there to observe the autopsy of Jeffrey Epstein, and that matters because now you don't just have the Office of Chief Medical Examiner conducting the autopsy. You have an independent forensic pathologist watching and documenting what's being found on the body in real time. And what Dr. Baden publicly said afterward is what made...
Come on, Mecha. We know that's true. Of course, Mecha. Thank you for the donation. Absolutely, right?
This story explode because it wasn't just about the fractures. He also stated he believed the time of death for Jeffrey Epstein to be about 4:30.
Outer Signal, where in the Middle East? Where do we think he's hanging out in the Middle East, Outer Signal? Where, Outer Signal? Outer Signal says latest conspiracy is that he's hiding out in the Middle East. And where exactly would that be, Outer Signal? Where might Jeffrey Epstein be hiding out in the Middle East? I wonder. Right? Look at Outer Signal being all innocent like a schoolgirl, like
Ooh, I wonder. Yeah, I know, Outer Signal, right? Trust me, I know. I know.
In the morning, roughly 2 hours before he was reportedly found. And
Goodbye,
then
Boyso.
there were the fractures. He noted 3 fractures in Epstein's neck. Not 1, 3. The left thyroid cartilage, the right thyroid cartilage, and the hyoid bone. And he stated that...
Oh, right, Jonas. Well, actually, it could be, Jonas. Now that you say that, Jonas, that is possible. It could be the UAE, right? Okay. He's a settler in the way. It might be Matt Saigai, right?
His decades of reviewing jail suspension, catch my drift, he had never seen 3 fractures like that in what was ruled a self-unaliving. Now, the medical examiner's office stood firmly by their conclusion and stated that those types of fractures can be seen in both self-unaliving suspension and a manual compression. So now you have 2 experienced forensic professionals looking at the same neck and not agreeing. And that's before we even talk about the ligature mark.
What do you mean, W? It's not confirmed. What do you mean it's confirmed that he's in Sierra Leone? What do you mean, W 2 point? I'm going to need to see the evidence on that.
Itself. But wait, there's more. Unfortunately, I have been on more calls than I can count where someone made the final irreversible decision using this exact method that allegedly Jeffrey Epstein did. Again,
yeah, you're right, Mecca. Even the Princess of Norway was in contact with Epstein. She may or may not get CP pictures from Epstein years ago. Yeah, that's possible. A lot of this stuff is still coming out. There's so many documents. Okay, I was about to say, W, dear God, all right? I was like, W is smarter than that. What do you mean? Okay, I got you, W.
And you catch my drift when I'm trying to tell you, people in basements, closets, garages, outdoors, different temperatures, different materials. I have seen it over and over and over again. In fact, I had no idea how many people chose this method of goodbye until I worked corner calls. And there is one thing that is incredibly common in suspension cases like this. People almost always leave themselves a way to adjust the pressure. They kneel on their knees, they lean forward, they shift their weight into it. And that lean of the person is everything. You have to picture the gravity of the situation, literally, okay? When someone leans forward into that position, gravity pulls downward on the body and then upward on the material. You following me? The mark, or the wound, right? It doesn't just sit straight across the middle of the neck. It tracks upward, it climbs, and it moves towards the point of suspension. Often you'll see it like angling up behind.
She knows a lot about executing people. Is she or people dying? Is she she's a mortician. No wonder. Okay, she's a mortician, so she does know exactly what she's talking about. That's cool.
You're up toward the jawline because the body is pulling against it. That upward movement is extremely common. That is what I've seen. That's what we see. I almost wish I could take my hands and like... I don't even know. Like, you would see it. When I look at that image that Jeffrey Epstein's brother provided in that interview, what stands out to me is
it's straight I see it. It's straight across the neck. If there was gravity, it'd be going up around your... Okay, I see what she's saying.
The marking appears more mid-neck. And
I have been paying attention, Luke. I just didn't know she was a mortician.
Pretty much horizontal, right? It doesn't present with that strong upward tracking that I am used to seeing in cases where someone has leaned forward into a suspension point. There even appears to be what looks like a secondary pattern behind it. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think it looks that way. Almost like a layered compression. Now, could there be explanations for that? Sure. Bodies are complex and different materials behave differently. But based on my experience, if someone were positioned the way his brother described, because in the interview, he describes how Jeffrey Epstein's body was found. And just in case you missed that, I want to reiterate it really quickly. Jeffrey Epstein's buttocks was suspended from the ground.
You know what, Outer Signal? How dare you?
When the guards walked in that morning. His feet were out in front
of I'm actually not sure what you're saying, Outer Signal. I take it back.
Him, and he had to be cut down. Again, I would expect...
Wait, are you serious, Mayflower Kid? Oh my God. Is it like... Mayflower Kid, how bad is it? How bad is it? Let me look it up real fast. I can't. I don't want to do it. I mean... Like, another one was doomed to happen at any point because it's been a while since we've seen a massive one. Okay, let's see here. Jesus Christ. Okay. Oh, God. Apparently, guys, Mayflower Kid reporting. We'll see if it's anything, but... Okay. Oh, where are you, Outer Signal? Okay. All right. Oh, 1 killed, 4 hospitalized. Or wait a minute. Young girl and suspect dead, 4 others injured in shooting at a Rhode Island hockey rink. What? A Utah politician waterboarded
16-year-old daughter for not cleaning her room. Oh my God. I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh. But that's like, oh my God, that's like comedic evil. Yeah, exactly. Meow's already Republican, right? That's like so Republican coded. All right, young girl and suspect dead, 4 others injured. All right. Respond to a shooting in Rhode Island. Okay, well, good. Let's continue watching this.
To see more upward angulation from the photos, and I just don't see that here. And that's the part that makes me pause the most, because the body doesn't lie, people do. So now we need to talk about the CPR, circling back, because this part bothers me too. If someone has been without circulation for hours, and again, Dr. Baden is suggesting a possible earlier time of death, the body does not feel freshly collapsed. It cools, the skin changes, blood starts settling, the body starts doing what bodies do when they've been gone for a bit. And I'm sorry, but if you've ever been around a person who has clearly been deceased for a while, you know. You just know. You look at them and you know. So when I see photos of active compressions being performed on Jeffrey Epstein's body, and then it was photographed, like documented in the back of the ambulance, I have so many questions. So you cut him
why were they taking pictures of them doing chest compressions?
down, and then you thought, let's publicly wheel him out of here. We got to document this. I mean, there was some intern in the back of an ambulance, and they're like, hey, grab the camera.
Yeah, outer signal. Yeah. Like,
you see what I mean? It just seems so weird to me. Because this death isn't some random person on the sidewalk who collapsed. This is supposed to be a locked federal facility. There are high-profile inmates in there. This is supposed to be a controlled environment. If someone had been in the position that Jeffrey Epstein was found for a significant amount of time, there are going to be physical indicators that he is no longer with us. That's just physiology. That's not conspiracy. That's how bodies work. And then we're told he may have been gone for roughly hours before his body was discovered. So now I'm supposed to believe we have a potentially hours deceased individual cut down from suspension, placed on a gurney, active compression happening, and someone is also documenting it. That is not something the public is used to seeing. Is it impossible? No. Is it typical? Also no. But when you add that to everything else, the earlier incident, the removal from watch group,
why are they doing compressions on someone who's been dead for hours? You know, like the body would be cold. Like they would feel that it was cold. They would feel that he doesn't have a heartbeat, and it would be very obvious that he was dead. Why would you be doing chest compressions and then videotaping it?
Protocol, the cellmate being gone, the missing checks on the inmates, the camera malfunction, it doesn't calm the narrative, it makes it louder. I'm not saying I know exactly what happened in that cell, but I am saying that when I look at the totality of this medically, mechanically, procedurally, is that a word? Anyways, it does not feel clean. And then on top of everything, you're going to tell the public that a high-profile federal inmate died alone in his cell and there's no camera footage? We're talking about a federal facility, not a motel, not a storage unit, a locked, monitored housing unit. And yet the camera that would have captured direct activity directly outside of his cell, the one that would have shown who came and who went, who approached the door and who didn't, it wasn't functioning properly that night. Now, there were other cameras in the facility, cameras that showed the guard station, cameras that showed other angles, but the specific camera angle that would have given the clearest view of that tier, corrupted, gone, unavailable. And I need you to understand why that fuels speculation.
Oh, thank you, Mecca. We'll take a look at that. Oops.
We begin the day with
because
a
if
rape.
everything is exactly as it's always been presented, if this was just a straightforward case of a man unsubscribing in custody, then video would quiet the noise. Video would answer questions. Video would end most of the debate. But instead, we're told that the footage that would have mattered the most isn't usable. Is that impossible?
Of course.
No. Cameras malfunction, technology fails. But in a case already layered with missing everything, it just doesn't help anything. It doesn't settle anything. It adds another wrinkle. And I need to say this clearly. I'm not a medical examiner. I did not perform this autopsy. I am looking at a photo that was shared publicly. But I have
it's
seen
so
a
weird,
lot
Luke,
of these
especially
types
for
of
a
markings in my
jail.
career. And when I look at this one, something about the way it presents feels different than what I'm used to seeing with a soft material like a sheet. Sheets are fabric. They have give to them. Even when they're twisted up, they don't usually leave a super sharp, almost layered looking compression unless something very specific is happening. And what catches my eye in this image is that it looks pronounced, almost patterned. There's that main band across the front and the middle, and then what almost looks like a secondary area or line behind it. Now, could that be from repositioning? Could that be from how high it was tied? I mean, again, bodies are complicated. But when I hear bedsheet and then I look at that marking, my brain doesn't immediately go, yep, that tracks. It just makes me look a little harder. I don't believe it. Before I wrap this up, I do want to say something that I've been thinking about. Mark Epstein is his legal next of kin, and Mark Epstein knows where his brother is buried. It's kind of secretive. There's no public record of cremation, which means technically, if he wanted to, Mark Epstein could request an
That is interesting. I didn't even think about that. Why, if it's such an issue, why don't we exhume the body and do a secondary examination or a tertiary examination? has his brother requested that be done. The brother who claims that he was killed. That's done in some cases. So, okay, let's see what she says.
Additional autopsy. He could have another full forensic examination done. He could even have Dr. Baden oversee it again. That option exists. So I do find myself wondering, why hasn't that happened? Now, I'm not saying that means something sinister. Exhumations are expensive and they're emotional. They reopen wounds. There are very real...
Oh, I don't give a fuck. It's Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, I don't care. You know, who cares? Okay, it's his brother, whatever. Fucking, you know, I would exhume the body just to piss on it, to be honest with you. Like, can we just... Who cares about respecting the dead? Can we, like, let's do the body shit, right?
Reason someone might not want to go through that, and I understand that. But when you publicly question the findings and you have the legal ability to pursue another examination, it's a...
No, I didn't, HGMS. You say, CR, did you see people were seeing video clips that were embedded in the Epstein files and that were mislabeled as PDFs? There is a clip inside the prison where a whiteboard is blocking the front of the cell. Huh. I haven't heard about that, HGMS. I'll look that up.
Fair thing for people to ask about. Nobody's asking it, so I guess I will. And I think this is where the bigger conversation comes in. I keep seeing talks of people saying, why are Americans still obsessed with this case? Why does this keep coming up? Because this Jeffrey Epstein case hits differently. This wasn't just a random criminal. This was someone connected to powerful, wealthy, well-known people. Names we recognize. Institutions we were...
Guys, but don't you know the Dow was up 50,000? The Dow was up 50K, right, or whatever it is. I don't know what she said. She's like, the Dow, it's went past 50. Okay.
Taught to trust. And when someone like that dies in federal custody under layers and layers of weird circumstances, people don't just move on. For a lot of Americans, this felt like one of the first moments where they looked at the system and thought, wait, is everything as solid as we think it is? And whether you believe the official ruling or if you question it, the reason this case won't go away is because it feels unresolved. Coincidence after coincidence after coincidence. At some point, people stop calling it coincidence or random and they just start calling it strange, because it is strange. And that doesn't mean every theory online is correct, but it does mean the public isn't crazy for asking questions. So if there are documents you've seen that I haven't, if there are details you think I should break down more, put them in the comments, because whether this was exactly as ruled or whether history eventually sees it differently, the mechanics matter. And right now, the mechanics don't feel good. I don't like it. I don't know why more people aren't talking about this autopsy photos. So I don't deal in rumors.
It's a joke, guys.
I deal in bodies, and bodies tell stories. When I look at the timing, the markings, the fractures, the handling, it doesn't read simple to me. I have more questions than answers. Maybe one day we'll have every piece of this puzzle, and if more files...
Okay, I get it. Okay, yeah, obviously very sus. I'm gonna put my face up, guys. Question. So, what are we talking about here? We are talking here about the, I guess there was stuff found, some file. You said that some of the PDFs, if you change certain parts of it, that if you change certain parts of the files, let me look this up. Let me look it up. So if we were to, okay, PDF to MP4 Epstein files. All right. And where do we have proof that this happened? You guys know I'm just careful about this shit. Okay, from Reddit. Let me take a look here. I'm not putting it up on page, guys, just to make sure I don't show anything inappropriate. Let me take a look here. I got you, Sylvie. I would also not be surprised. Like, I wouldn't be surprised this is true, because it might be that some FBI agents or Justice Department officials wanted people to find this stuff because they feel upset that they're being forced to cover things up. But again, let me take a look here. If you search no images provided, then change the link from PDF to MP4, you can view the videos. Okay. Let me take a look here. I'm trying it on one of them, one that's safe, okay? What? It says file not found when I click on the original file. Yep, page not found. They may have removed it. They may have removed these files, guys.
because I don't see, so it's not working for me, but it does, it says that the file doesn't exist anymore. It obviously doesn't blink and work on all things. There just needs to be video evidence. No, I'm looking at the ones you sent me, Malzord, but it's no longer linking. No images provided. They may have found out, right? They probably did already remove them. So that's interesting. Okay, got you. I clicked on some of the safe ones earlier. They're definitely... I'm just going to check something else here. PDF. Oh, I see. I see here. Okay, so that one does work. Now, that one does work. Interesting. So I just tried one that did work. In fact, I have some of the first batch or two downloaded already, so I can probably try that. So I tried one here that said that was a PDF. I turned it into MP4, and it was from their site, and it did show a video of two Russian men speaking with someone's face in the back of a car being blotted out. Interesting. Okay. I'm going to need to look more into this, all right? I'm going to need to look more into this. That's super interesting. All right. Not surprised. Yep, we are. But of course, obviously, I got to be more sure, guys. I got to make sure, you know, because anyone could have posted that. I'll take a closer look on it. All right. I don't know. I don't know that it's Russian. It sounded like Russian to me, Luke. It sounded like Russian to me, but I could be wrong. I don't speak Russian, so justice for Jesus. Okay. Real fast. I'm going to try one more here that I found. I'm just going to make sure, verify that I'm doing this correctly. Is that Russian? Do you guys hear that? Yeah, it's always best to be... Yeah, don't worry. I'm going to look very carefully into it. But that one was a safe one. So, okay, interesting. Okay, wow. Well, I'll take a look into that. That's interesting. All right, you guys. So, Jesus. I believe we should... I'm going to go now, I think. You do not have a Russian friend? You should. You should get one. You should get one, Loiso. Not Loiso. Mayflower Kid. You should get a Russian friend, okay? All right, you guys. So I'm going to head out now. Where'd you all go? There you are. What about your link? Oh, Mecha Kind, you're right. Let me quickly look at your link. I forgot about your link. Give me 1 second. I'm going to check. Mecha Link's link. All right. Apparently there was some shit going on in Norway.
We begin the day with a rape trial rocking the royal family in Norway and raising questions over the future of the monarchy in the Scandinavian country. Rape. The charges also include abuse.
So, unfortunately, let me read this real fast. They accused a 29... Oh, Jesus. Okay, yeah. So I can't... From what I could hear there, Mecha Kind, they're using the RAPE word a lot, which would be very bad for the video. But... so I don't know if I can show the video, I'm sorry to say. But it does appear as though the Princess of Norway is, in fact, deeply linked in with the Epstein files and is being charged with assault, okay, for doing that. I can read part of it to you real fast here. Where did it go? Where did it go? Where did it go? Let me find where I just put the damn thing. Okay. I already lost it. There it is. Okay. Norway's crown princess Mette Mary in Epstein files as grape trial against her son begins. Okay. Grape child against her son begins. All right. Yeah, the prince was charged. It does say here that the accused is 29-year-old Marius Borg Holby, and forgive me, I can't speak the language. He's the son of Norway's crown princess, but outside of the line of succession, as he was born before his mother married into the royal family. Today in Oslo, he pleaded not guilty to most serious 38 counts against him, 4 counts of rape. The charges include abuse, acts of violence, transporting marijuana, and making death threats. He was arrested again on Sunday on suspicion of assault, making threats with a knife, and violating a restraining order. Okay, the trial gets underway just days after revelations that the crown princess had extensive contact with Jeffrey Epstein after he was convicted of child stuff in 2008. He's not a prince, Drusilla. It said here. Norway's crown princess. I got you. Okay. Shows a close personal friendship. Over the weekend, Crown Princess Mette Mira issued an apology saying she showed poor judgment. Okay. Interesting. Interesting, Mechakind. Yeah, but isn't it great? I will say, like, there have been multiple countries where there have been people found to be connected with the Epstein files. And in almost every one of those countries, there's some sort of justice being meted out. There's only one country, though, where we haven't done practically any justice. Anyone know what that country is? I think we all know, right? There's one country where people in the Epstein files are not being held accountable. And that would be the grand old, these United States of America, okay? Where, you know, so that's good. We're like the only place that isn't holding people accountable. All right, so that's good. I love that for us. We're the freest country on earth, obviously, right? We're the freest, most civilized country on the planet. God bless America and our inability to stop the pedocracy in its tracks and the fact that we let our elites get away with horrible things. But you're right, Outer Signal. But the Dow is at 50K, right? That's great. She wrote, "It doesn't look good," with a smiley face. Disgusting, Drusilla. Oh God. Well, she should be held accountable too. Maybe she hasn't broken any crimes, but dear God. Okay. Anyway, can we do something about this, folks? Like, oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. I am gonna lose my mind. We're letting. We talked today about how not JD Vance, Marco Rubio was just openly calling for a new era of colonialism and imperialism and violent conquest and shit. And meanwhile, we have a bunch of pedos running the country. No one's being held accountable. All of our pockets are being picked. And we have a goddamn lunatic running the country. Like, really, Drusilla? Oh, my God. Oh, okay, all these people are gross. All these people are gross. Oh, disgusting. Okay, all need to be held accountable. All need to be held accountable. Okay. And they need to be afraid of us. We need to make them afraid of us. All right, you guys. Mechakind, you should come back more often. I love having you here. Mechakind, join us more often. All right, guys, I'm going to go now. I'm tie-tie. I'm very tie-tie. Yeah, Drusilla, I don't know. She has power. She probably got away with it that way, just like everyone else in any other country. Everyone ready for this? You all know what I'm about to say, don't you? You all know what I'm about to say. I will come back on tomorrow. Hopefully, I won't be as tired tomorrow, but I'll come back on tomorrow. Everyone ready? What am I going to say? What's the first thing I'm going to say? Thank you, LaCroix. Thank you. Oh, hey, Mechakind, join the club. I got all kinds of problem with my mental health, too. Yay! A lot of us do. Don't worry. Okay? It's hard not to in this world. But Mechakind, always glad to see you, okay? Good luck with everything. First of all, free Palestine. Free Palestine. How dare you, Jonas? Second of all, and also we need to stop the death in Sudan and free Ukraine and protect Greenland and Venezuela and Iran, whatever else. Just free everything, okay? Everything should be free, okay? I don't give a shit. Second of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way, okay, good luck, SoCal. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. That includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, because the easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. That's for sure, Sylvie. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith from their democratic institutions. We need major reforms in this country. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not let them walk all over you. Don't be a slug. You laugh and your clothes look like you're a Joker ripoff. You just need to be more white-faced. Hey, that's fair. That is fair, Mecca. I need the makeup on. That's a fair point, Mecca. But how dare you, Mecca? How dare you insult me? Okay. All right. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. It's been passed down in my family for many generations. I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, including putting their lives on the line for justice and liberty and all this other shit. We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. Also, let's treat men and women like human beings. Can we do that, please? Can we please do that? Can we stop taking women's rights away? Stop treating men like they're all the same? Stop, mainly, let's protect women because they're the ones who are mainly under attack. But also, can we also treat men like human beings? Let's treat everyone like human beings, you know? Non-binary people, trans people, everyone should be treated like a human being, right? Because guess what? We're all human beings. Shocking. Shocking discovery. Okay. Who says it wasn't both, Mecha Kind? Who says it wasn't both? Maybe I killed and sold her because then, you know, the cannibalism and shit. All right. All right, guys. Love you all very much. Please join our Discord if you're not on there already. Would love to see you all on there. Okay. Oh, Drusilla, shh. Quiet, piggy. Quiet. All right. No, I'm sorry, Drusilla. You're not a piggy. I should have said that to Matt Saigai. All right, guys. Love you all very much. Bye-bye. See you soon. Maybe I'll be on the server later, okay, to harass all of you like I tend to do. I'll probably be drunk out of my mind. All right, guys. Bye-bye.